At the sound of the drum and the cymbals, Nigerian students of the Confucius Institute performed the dragon dance as well as other Chinese cultural performances to unveil its maiden student association and the first president of its alumni association. Established first at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University in 2007, followed by the University of Lagos in 2008. Each branch of the Confucius Institute in Nigeria churns out hundreds of Mandarin speakers every year. Being the only two institutions in Nigeria where Chinese language is studied, the Deputy Director of the Confucius Institute at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University urged the Chinese Consulate General to induct Nigerians who completed their study of Mandarin both here and in China into their fold. They say this will help them enjoy the benefits of their study.
The vision should go beyond creating networking opportunities for alumni of the institute, of the two Confucius institutes we have in Nigeria, to help them find jobs and other things. It should go beyond that, to help or to promote the effort to make the Chinese language a critical part of Nigeria's educational system. The 19th century belonged to Britain, and the 20th century belonged to the United States of America. The 21st century belongs to China, and my advice, make sure your children learn the Chinese language.
For the past 50 years, the Nigerian-China relation has witnessed enhanced political and economic mutual trust. Speaking on binding the relation further, the Consular General Yang Yu-jin says the aim of the Confucius Institute is to create as well strengthen the cultural and traditional communication between both nations.
China and Nigeria, we have a strategic partnership, and we hope to develop our relationship in several areas, not only political, communication, emotion, or economic and commercial cooperation, but also people-to-people exchange and cultural communicate.
As part of consulate support for the association, a set of brand new laptops and a printer were presented to the newly elected president of the Confucius Institute Alumni Association of Nigeria.
There are some kind of vocational trainings and a lot of things we are going to bring in that, we are going to have Chinese experts that are going to, teach some of our people, teach Nigerians, those that are willing, that want to learn some knowledge, they want to learn some technical skills in terms of vocational training.
He reviewed the essence of the alumni is to improve network opportunities and promote the official Chinese language, Mandarin, in Nigeria. Deputy Director of the Confucius Institute at the University of Lagos says the institute will continue to offer scholarships to Nigerians willing to study Mandarin in order to foster the bilateral relations between China and Nigeria.
The bilateral relationship in the educational sector brings scholarship and also brings exchanges. Currently, at the Confucius Institute at the University of Lagos, we offer a lot of scholarship to Nigerians that aim to study abroad for Chinese language 6 months. We also offer exchanges between lecturers of the University of Lagos and our partner university, Beijing Institute of Technology in China. We offer a range of research opportunities and collaborations between lecturers at the University of Lagos and also Chinese universities.
After the unveiling, the Confucius Alumni Association of Nigerian President expressed optimism that the institute will continue to play a key role in bridging the cultural gap between China and Nigeria. Sydney Okafor, TV360 News, Lagos.
We'll take a break, but news now returns shortly. Join us again.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
The president must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Thank you for staying with us. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on LimeX TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. Two of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, so... Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We are only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Hey.
Which came up with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In business, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria is currently deliberating on the country's monetary policy for the next 2 months. But what is significant is that the decisions will be taken in the absence of the embattled governor of the bank, Godwin Emefiele, who has chaired the meeting since he assumed office in June 2014. While the MPC meeting is being chaired by Folashadun Shonubi, the acting governor of the CBN, experts say the current economic situation will play a major role in influencing the decision of the committee. More details in this next report.
The 292nd Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank of Nigeria has attracted widespread expectations from industry watchers, primarily because of the absence of Godwin Emefiele, the suspended governor of the bank, as well as the high economic stakes of the current administration. At the last MPC meeting in May, the Policy Setting Committee of the nation's financial regulator increased its benchmark interest rate for the third time to 18.5% to mitigate rising inflation. But with inflation rate at 22.79%, experts say the decision of the MPC may have no influence in curbing inflationary pressure.
Our inflation rate is not directly linked to monetary policy. I've said it several times that our inflation rate, the highest component there is food inflation. When there's shortage of food supply, what do you expect? When there's shortage, prices will go up. Despite the fact that the last MPC met in May and fixed the rate at 18.5%, the inflation rate grew from 21% to 22.79%. Inflation rate was not arrested. And coupled with the current policies of the government, the regulation of the petroleum sector, removal of subsidy, and floating of exchange rate, we find that the inflation rate has gone up to as high as 22.79%.
So when you continue to use interest rates to continue to fight inflation, what usually happens is that you are stifling the economy and making sure that people don't have access to funds. And people, even when they receive those funds, are also receiving them at a very high cost. And when that happens, you see that inflation you're trying to check will come in another form to also fight back. So that is why we shouldn't continue to use MPR to continue to fight or to curtail the inflation rate.
However, experts hold divergent views on whether the MPC should retain or reduce the lending rate.
Yeah, it will be faulty if the interest rate continues to rise just because they want to curtail the inflation rate. The reason for this is that there are other things that are causing inflation rate to rise. So if you continue to increase interest rate and those other factors continue to affect the inflation rate, then it is just an effort in futility. So I expect that the MPR should not be touched now while we start addressing the other things that are affecting inflation.
The economy at this moment, at this point in time, might not help to bring down the rate of inflation. Well, I will suggest the new administration that they should look at the rate and see how they can bring it down a bit so as to allow free flow of cash, free flow of money, especially to the real sector and to the entrepreneurs.
While the outcome of the MPC is expected on Tuesday, the recent removal of fuel subsidy, which has led to a hike in the price of energy costs, as well as the liberalization of the foreign exchange market, will play key roles in shaping the decision of the policy-setting committee. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
And the Nigeria Union of Pensioners has asked the federal government to include members of the union in the proposed palliatives to cushion the economic hardship of the petrol subsidy removal. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja, NUP President Godwin Abomisi said including members of the union in the plan is important due to their vulnerability. He said for the government to achieve its objective of the cash transfer to the poor, it must consider the involvement and participation of all unions. Abomisi said the defined benefit scheme DBS pensioners under PTAD are being owed various pension liabilities, including the 2015 pension increment, which the union has been consistently pressing for, but to no avail. And oil prices edged higher for a third straight session on Tuesday as signs of tighter supplies and pledges by Chinese authorities to shore up the world's second biggest economy lifted sentiment. Brent futures gained 25 cents to $82 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose 27 cents to $79. Both benchmarks settled over 2% higher the previous day at their highest closing levels since April. The crude benchmarks have already climbed for 4 weeks in a row, with supplies expected to tighten due to calls from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and allies like Russia, a group known as OPEC+. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has branded as unacceptable any move by the European Union to extend curbs on Ukrainian grain to protect local farmers who fear being undercut. Zelensky said he hopes Europe will fulfill its obligations after the current restrictions on Ukrainian grain lapse on September 15. Zelensky's statement came after Russia refused to renew a deal allowing the safe passage of grain from Ukrainian ports through the Black Sea, saying that its exports were being hampered by Western sanctions in violation of the agreement brokered by the United Nations and Turkey. Well, up next is Entertainment Report.
Nollywood actress Eniola Badmus has insisted on charging a TikTok user, Ego Okoye, to court for defamation. The actress made a statement in a video clip confirming Okoye's arrest after she made a viral post tagging Badmus as someone who had been arranging ladies for politicians. In the video clip, Okoye described the actress as a pimp who took advantage of ladies and demanded a percentage of their earnings in return. She further went to allude that the actress had, at a point in time, attempted to hook one of her friends up with a politician. However, in a new video clip in circulation, Okoye appeared baffled after being arrested, and when asked by the actress how she had wronged her, Okoye replied, "Nothing." Nigerian Afrobeat star Davido has deleted a controversial music video following criticism from the Muslim faithful. Davido's signee Olamilekan Taiwo, aka Logos Olori, had caused a stir online and sparked mixed reactions from netizens following the release of his single Jayelo. The controversial scene featured some men depicting praying Muslims dancing in front of a mosque instead of praying. This dancing act was deemed offensive by some Muslim devotees who called for a retraction while also threatening the artist with a lawsuit. Meanwhile, reacting to the development, former President Muhammadu Buhari's aide Bashir Ahmed hailed Davido for removing the video. And that's it on the entertainment segment of News Now.
And in sports, Cote d'Ivoire forward Wilfred Zaha has signed for Turkish champions Galatasaray after leaving Crystal Palace following the expiration of his contract. Galatasaray signed Zaha on a 3-year deal, beating Lazio, Fenerbahce and El Nassr to his signature, as well as Palace, which tabled a 4-year contract offer. The club says Zaha has received a £2 million signing-on fee and will be paid £3.76 million each season. Zaha, who made 458 appearances in all competitions while playing in the Premier League, scored 90 goals and registered 76 assists for Palace. And that's the size of our news bulletin this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding, and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God should compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt, rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for a new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
If you refuse to borrow to subsidize, but end up borrowing to share, the tendency that you are actually borrowing for corruption is high. Palliative for poor politicians, PPP. In January 2017, the federal government under former President Muhammadu Buhari announced that he had begun the payment of 5,000 naira stipends to the poorest of poor Nigerians. Now, no ask me how they take classify the poor and which data they take share the money. But at the end of 8 years, the administration claimed that part of the $1 billion recovered looted fund was spent on poverty alleviation or conditional cash transfer to poor Nigerians. But yet, the country under Buhari remains the poverty capital of the world. So you want to ask, who come they collect the money? I go let you know. Remember also, our former Vice President Yomi Oshibanjo, Professor SAN, ended up becoming sharer of trader money of 10,000 naira to market women anytime election was approaching in any state where we have staggered election. As the CBN shared money to farmers as loan under its Anchor Borrowers program. And some of that money, some of the people ended up marrying new wives. Others used their own to buy nomination form for the then CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele. And yet, we are still looking for the beneficiary of the sharing. Oh yeah, follow me. Also, remember, the then Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, also claimed that between 2016 and 2021, the government spent $5 billion to fight poverty. As she variously shared money from on top of the table to the poorest of the poor, ranging from flood victims to COVID victims and all of that. Meanwhile, these are the same people who hoarded palliative, donated to them to share to the poor during the COVID. Well, I never talk anything. As all of these sharings were going on, the poor kept crying of hardship, even as the government claimed that they have lifted 10.5 million Nigerians out of poverty between 2019 and 2022. But, however, statistics and data obtained from the World Poverty Clock and our own National Bureau of Statistics showed that within said 2 years under reference by Buhari's government, at least 10 million Nigerians slipped into extreme poverty, bringing the number of people living below extreme poverty in Nigeria to 87 million, which was higher than India. That was how we became poverty capital of the world. Now, Buhari government won't start, the Tinubu government, won't start another sharing again. Why is in my last advocacy, I urge President Tinubu to investigate the subsidy payment before any other sharing. Little did I know that even while the dust of the $800 million loan Buhari claimed to have taken from the World Bank and approved by our own National Assembly to share as palliative was yet to settle, President Tinubu will be talking about sharing 500 billion to the same poorest of the poor, even as the rich members of the National Assembly, people that are going to spend 40 billion from our national budget to buy bulletproof cars for themselves, we slice out 70 billion from this 500 billion. Why? Are they among the poorest of the poor? Where is the initial $800 million loan approved by the National Assembly for Buhari's administration as palliative or subsidy removal? Also, I want to ask, what has happened to the 400 billion we were using to subsidize fuel monthly? I presuppose that that money is saved now and is being plowed into something. Where then plow into? I mean, they just add 100 billion to the savings to share as palliative. Also, I want to ask, if we say subsidy was borrowing for consumption, why do we now need to borrow to share to people? Is that not borrowing for consumption also? Which database we want to share the 8K? How do you determine poorest of the poor? Well, when you put all of these together, the only answer you will get, my brother, is that in Nigeria, politicians are actually the poorest of the poor. Because if they are not poor, they won't steal what they don't need. I will therefore advocate that President Tinubu should remember that President Buhari came into office with a lot of high hopes, but he frittered it away. He, President Tinubu, might have come into office with a legitimacy baggage, but he can become a hero if he refuses to toe the path of his predecessor by applying this palliative fund into critical sectors like local agriculture, local transportation for goods and services, properly monitored for enforcement, and at the end, truly lift people out of poverty and become a hero of democracy. Otherwise, if he starts sharing to politicians like Buhari, the poor will be further pushed into poverty, and his government will be worse than that of Buhari. The ball is in his court. Well, it's a fine place to leave it for this week. For other episodes, simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen, and you see loads of them there. For only a madman does the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. I be with a mad.
Welcome to another edition of Ecosphere. I am Mary Kanu. Nigeria needs $12 billion to clean up decades-old oil spills in Bayelsa State, according to a new report by the Bayelsa Oil and Environmental Commission, which has released evidence of neglect by international oil companies, including Shell and Eni, for being responsible for most of the pollution. The report, titled An Environmental Genocide Counting the Human Cost of Oil in Bayelsa, Nigeria, was presented to Governor Doye Diri at the House of Lords in London. The Bayelsa Oil and Environmental Commission was set up in 2019 by former Governor Siraike Dixon to conduct extensive investigation and research in order to establish the environmental, human and economic impact of oil pollution in the state, and is chaired by a number of renowned dignitaries in the governance and international development arena, including former Ghanaian President John Kufuor. The report by the Commission shows that the investigation discovered, among other findings, that toxic pollutants from spills and gas flaring were many times higher than the safe limits in samples of soil, water, air and in the blood of local residents. Now, the rich oil states continue to suffer years of exploration and pollution. And to speak on the findings by the Bayelsa Oil and Environmental Commission, I'm joined on the program by the Executive Director, Health of Mother Earth Foundation, Nemo Bassi. It's very good to have you join me on the program. Now, you are very aware, you're well aware of this report by the Commission and its findings. We are talking 50 years of pollution. What was your first reaction to the report?
My first reaction to the report is that this was long in coming. I was really impressed that the state, Bayelsa State, would take it upon itself to commission such a research and to receive such a report. Up to date, the reports of researchers in the Niger Delta have either come from the oil companies themselves, or finally we had the one from the United Nations Environment Program, which was released in 2011 on the Ogoni environment. So having Bayelsa State commission and receive this particular report is very significant, and it's something that everyone should pay attention to.
Now, just like Bayelsa State, the whole Niger Delta region is continuously plagued with oil spills, which affects livelihood. And, it has also reduced life expectancy in this region to 40 years. We know how the developed nations are always at the forefront of environmental activism in their countries. So why would you say these companies come into Nigeria and destroy the environment? Is this a problem of lack of fines or penalties imposed on polluters?
Well, it's a combination of factors. The oil companies in Nigeria have totally captured the political structures, and they are the driving seats of policies in the petroleum sector. This has happened because over the years, the Nigerian government has operated under joint venture partnerships with the companies. And the Nigerian government usually holds the higher percentage in the stakes, which means that the pollution that we've seen across the Niger Delta can be rightly apportioned to the Nigerian government, the Nigerian government corporations, as well as the international oil companies. And this is precisely the reason why the government is unable to regulate the sector or even to take action. That's why they couldn't stop gas flaring. 65 years of continuous, regular, routine gas flaring. And despite deadlines set since 1984, we are just hearing about government saying they will stop gas flaring by 2030, according to World Bank projections. And so we've got a situation where the government is totally complicit in the degradation of the region. And as you rightly mentioned, life expectancy is criminally low at 40 or 41 years. This is totally unacceptable. The entire Niger Delta is extremely polluted. The Bayelsa report has only highlighted what has been recorded in Bayelsa State. And I should say at this point that Bayelsa State is one of the most polluted states in the oil belt in Nigeria. And so it's like this is the time that the government should respond to it. But since Bayelsa State received a report, we've not heard a word from the federal government, from the Ministry of Environment, or even from the National Petroleum Corporation.
Well, you've said the government has to respond to these, but we know that Nigeria has laws. For instance, the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Act of 2007, which prohibits without lawful authority the discharge of hazardous substances into the environment. This act comes with a fine not exceeding 1 million naira and an imprisonment term of 5 years. In the case of a company, there is an additional fine of 50,000 naira for every day the offense persists. But in reality, do we see any of these fines or punishments being enforced?
Well, when either the regulatory agency or NOSRA have made some pronouncements in terms of holding corporations accountable, they are often ignored. And even those fines that you read just now, these are things that corporations can pay from the back of their pockets without even thinking. They can pay in advance and continue to pollute. And so I think at the end of the day, what is needed is not just the payment of fines, but the fine should be punishing enough to make a dent on their profit margins. What we require is what Bayelsa State government has begun to do, that oil companies should pay for a complete environmental audit of the Niger Delta, the health audit of the Niger Delta, and then pay for the restoration. The Bayelsa report has said that it will require about 12 billion to clean up Bayelsa State. So you project that to what will be needed to clean up the entire Niger Delta. This is what we're talking about. All the resources derived so far from 1958 to date from the region may not be sufficient to restore, to clean up the mess, because we're having deep-seated pollution across the region. Goni region, during the cleanup, ongoing cleanup, it was found that in some places, pollution has gone as deep as 10 meters into the ground. And as you saw from the Bayelsa report, hydrocarbons in the Bayelsa region has polluted the water to a level that is 1 million times above safe limits. Is completely unthinkable, but that's the reality. And I should mention also that as we speak now, there's an oil well fire that has been burning since April 2020. That is for 3 years, more than 3 years now. It's been burning off the coast of Ondo State, and no one has stopped it, and nothing's been done about it as far as we know. And so it's complete impunity in the area.
So what then is stopping, what's the hindrance to this total cleanup that the Niger Delta region needs presently?
I think now, I believe that any reasonable person would know that without a cleanup of the region, then the people are simply sentenced to death, they're dying by installment, dying by the day. Now, what is stopping this action from happening is that government is more concerned about revenue from the oil sector and not the life of the people, not the environment that the people live in. And this is actually regrettable. What is going on in Bayelsa State and all the states of the Niger Delta, all the oil producing state, and what will soon happen in Lagos State is what is termed at ecocide, virtually irreversible harm done to the environment. And it should be. There's a campaign now to make it a crime at the same level as genocide. The Bayelsa State report labels what has happened there as genocide. We need to have ecocide in our laws so that those who carry out these deadly activities know that what they are committing is unusual crime against humanity and against the human rights of the people, and they should be held accountable for it. So we need a change of mind of politicians and government officials to understand that people's life is at stake, not just the people living now, but future generations.
Now, a spokesperson of one of the oil companies, said the oil spills were due to theft to feed illegal refineries, as well as illegal exports and sabotage. Is there some level of truth to this? Would you say this, also aids pollution in the region?
Certainly, any interference with the facilities that releases crude oil into the environment is a contributor to the pollution. But, the pollution, the oil companies are clever by half. The major oil theft that goes on in the Niger Delta is not carried out by poor people, It's not carried out by poor communities. It's carried out by people who have the technical skills, people who are connected to the industry, and people who know that they can do this and get away with it. And so they should look at themselves inwards. We've heard reports, I mean, we all know that the oil sector, the oil fields are not properly metered. So Nigeria does not, in actual fact, know exactly how much oil is extracted on a daily basis. We don't even know exactly how much is taken out of the shores of this country on a daily basis. And so how much oil is lost into the environment is also unknown. We're dealing with a lot of unknowns. And to blame poor villagers who are victims of pollution as being responsible for oil spill is just one excuse oil companies have been giving since 1980s when they were called to account for what they're doing. How about the gas flaring that burns 24 hours every day? Is there any community person responsible for gas flaring? No. And that is something that the court ruled in 2005 to be against the anti-constitutional and also against the human rights of the people. So let's call a spade a spade. The oil companies who are trying to divest now from the oil companies are trying to avoid responsibility for crimes they've committed against the people and against the environment.
Just finally, sir, before I let you go, now we are aware that the Commission presented this report to Governor Dewey in London as a means to also seek global attention and partnership to mitigate the effects of environmental degradation. You've also clearly said that the federal government needs to act, but is the federal government not able to handle these companies on its own without the people seeking help from global bodies?
Well, it's a question of the accountability. The federal government has earned revenue, and the economy has depended on revenue from this sector for years. And there should have been an understanding that this would be the outcome. The level of pollution has been on for years. The late Councillor Wiwa campaigned on this in the early 1990s. So they're not just waking up to the fact that the environment needs to be cleaned up. And now things are getting from bad to worse. It doesn't disappear. The pollution does not disappear. The government has to invest in the cleanup for the sake of the life of the people, for the sake of maintaining the integrity of the environment, and for everyone else in the country. Because when a fish is polluted, contaminated in Bayelsa State, that fish could come to Lagos, could go to Calabar, could go to Ghana, and those who would consume it will be impacted by pollution that happened in just one location somewhere in the Delta. So this is something that government cannot say they don't have the capacity. They have the capacity, they should budget for it and invest in it.
Well, you said this could spread. So I want to ask, will $12 million be enough to clear the mess that has been made for over 50 years?
I don't think it will be enough to do it. But I think what the commission was just being cautious. They mentioned that 12 billion for cleaning up Bayelsa State. The Ogoni report asked the government to set aside 1 billion to start off the process of cleanup of Ogoni land. It wasn't going to clean the place, and it has not cleaned. 12 years after the report, the cleanup is still struggling. So $12 billion may be enough to do the environmental audit, to prepare and begin the initial processes, but the cleanup requires much more investment. And as you do know, one human life cannot be equated to any amount of money. And so any investment needed is worth it and should be done now rather than later.
Definitely. Executive Director, Health of Mother Earth Foundation, Nemo Bassi, thank you very much for your time and your contribution.
Thank you.
Well, we'll take a break here, but when we return, the program will continue to stay with us. Welcome back. Now from pollution to nutrition over lack of it, countries in the West Africa sub-region are at risk of massive hunger and poor nutrition, as about 42.5 million people may face food shortages and nutritional deficiency if drastic measures are not taken to address the dire situation. This threatening situation is attributed to the general insecurity in the region that has crippled food production and distorted the food value chain as a result of the displacement of many people. President of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Toure, revealed this alarming figure while delivering his address on the status of implementation of the community work programs at the first ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja. The most disturbing aspect of this threatening situation, according to Toure, is that the worst is yet to come, as even more hunger should be expected during the lean season between June and August 2023, raising food insecurity to an alarming rate. The situation in Nigeria, which appears to face more imminent threats, can be attributed to the prolonged violent conflicts perpetrated by the Boko Haram terrorists in the northeast of the country and the rampaging bandits that have displaced farmers in the northwest, as well as the farmers' herders crisis that have left many dead and displaced many, leading to massive losses in productivity in the agriculture sector. What can then be done to reverse the situation and increase agricultural production in the country? Julius Auger, an agro-enthusiast, joins me now to speak about this. Thank you very much for joining me. Now, over 42 million West Africans are at risk of severe hunger by August 2023. Have there signs been witnessed to indicate or, say, determine the rate of hunger and malnutrition in the country?
Okay, obviously you would admit that the United Nations agencies make these projections based on what they have observed over time. So for them to come out with a figure of about 48 million people in West Africa and Central Africa at the risk of hunger, it's based on what they have seen. And these issues concern security, they concern climate change, they concern food inflation across sub-region. These trends have persisted over time, especially as a result of insecurity. So, yes, the signs are everywhere. And in Nigeria, for example, you know that food inflation is an issue. A lot of families are spending more resources on food than ever before, and there seems to be no solution, immediate solution in sight, in spite of the gigantic efforts of the Buhari administration and the Central Bank of Nigeria towards boosting food production in Nigeria. I'm talking about. So these issues of insecurity and instability in West Africa, in addition to what is happening in Europe, they are obvious. So I would say the trends are there for everyone to see. The handwriting is clear on the wall.
So then let's talk solution. How then do we salvage this situation, since, you know, there's been warning of an even worse situation come June, say, to August 2023?
Yes, how to salvage the situation? Naturally, when these projections are made, they are supposed to be like a call to positive action, like a call for you to prepare. The warnings are given so you can prepare in order to, you know, have remediation policies and action in place, so that not too many people feel the shocks of hunger when that time eventually comes. So what one would say is, like, at a period like this, should there be policies about food aid? Food aid, I mean, like support, from institutional support, from government, from corporate organizations, to say, okay, people are going into a period of scarcity. What is there in place to relieve their suffering when that period eventually comes around? Do we have such a system? I beg to say it is too little to be of any effect if you talk about the population of the number of people that have been are estimated to 48 million we're talking about. So if you have in Nigeria, for instance, basically that number is going to be substantial in Nigeria, because we have the overwhelming population in Africa. So if you're talking about 48 million people, you're going to have to be making projection in order to help them come out of hunger, make food aid available or subsidies on food items or something like that. And every country you look at in the sub-region is at the moment in one form of crisis or the other. So who is going to support who? That is where the issue is. How much can be generated? Which countries have, active food reserves to make food available for populations that are going to be endangered? So that is basically what can be done to salvage the situation. Can there be a situation where there are countries that have food reserves from which food can be brought, like support people who are in need? Could there be like subsidies in the market? Because in Nigeria, for example, inflation is so much that little people have is barely enough to get them food to get by for a substantial amount of time. So salvage the situation, I beg, your guess is as good as mine. There is where we would have been looking for multilateral actions from the entire global community to see that every region in the world is in crisis. So if you're going to find food aid for people in Nigeria, you're going to also have to look for food aid for people in, for instance, in the Horn of Africa or in Europe, where right now there's a crisis in Ukraine and Russia, where there is drought in countries like Spain. So who is going to help who? That's actually, so it's a question of all of us thinking together towards a positive action. Otherwise, for me, if I have to sit down here and tell you that this is what has to be done in order for food to be available, it's just going to be intellectual pontification.
All right, now agro-enthusiast Julius Auger, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's our program this week. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
Imagine it's the near future. You leave your house and the air is clean and fresh. We've cut air pollution and worked together to restore the forests and ecosystems that we've lost over the past decades and centuries. Oceans are healthy again, thriving, teeming with life. Soils have regenerated, bursting with fertility, and producing bigger crop yields for everyone. And as you leave your house, you get in a car or bus that's clean and electric, and it takes you wherever you want to go. And the rooftops of the buildings around you are green and living, all doing their part to keep global temperatures low. So is this some impossible utopia? No, not at all. It's absolutely possible. And we already have the map that gets us there, the Paris Climate Agreement. And almost 200 countries have already signed on. Every 5 years, each nation has to report back on how they're reducing their carbon footprint and what they're doing to keep global temperatures from rising more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. These nations have to show how they are building resilience, saving lives, and protecting property against the increasing number of storms, droughts, and fires and floods. Signing on to the Paris Agreement is legally binding, and no one gets a pass, not even the biggest countries like China, India, Russia, the US, nor the small island states and the rest of the world. The Paris Agreement lets countries chart their own course to net zero emissions. It is up to nations, businesses, and people to find new ways of doing things. Everything from energy creation to transportation, manufacturing, and farming. this will spark a huge economic boom for the rest of the century. And it's already happening. New markets for everything from solar panels, electric cars, and energy-efficient appliances are creating greener jobs everywhere. This is personal for me. I don't want to choke on the air I breathe or see wildfires burning out of control. I don't want a world that is parched by drought. So for me and for everyone, the Paris Agreement is the way forward. This is how we can get to a world free from the threat of climate change. And we can definitely do it. We know it's in our grasp. So, let's keep working together. You too can protect what is left and repair what has been damaged. So help me spread the word by posting your support of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Sometimes it is, we just want to assume that because of the subsidy, the problem will evaporate one day. So the sense I was trying to create was that it might take some time before the issue of smuggling of fuel across the border will completely dissipate. So in some border areas, we had reports of seizures of fuel, and that is what we had. So it was the assumption generally that because of the fuel is now sold at 500 naira per liter, it will be a disincentive for smuggling. But contrary to that, we have seen that they are still smuggling it across the borders. The rates at which this is smuggling, being smuggled, has reduced considerably, and it is our hope that by the time we mix some of these other policies that government is working on, it will completely eliminate the problems of smuggling of fuel across our borders.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So, despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikolemu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ibolemu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, you have broken my time, but 84 koku. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Osogbo Pele, Osogbo Rola, Osogbo Pele, Osogbo. That was when they knew they are in Osogbo. Literally meaning Osogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that we said we should leave this place. As a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at
the area we call Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have a challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Hello and welcome to the show today. We're here with your program of choice, Global Business. I am your anchor, Imewere Ohiomokai. Unification of the exchange rates and its effects on you. Tell me, how has it affected you? Now, you recall that on 14th of June, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced the unification of Naira exchange rates. This has been a subject of concern for many Nigerians, particularly those in the business sector. Now, what does this unification all mean? Unification aims to streamline and simplify exchange rates and create a more transparent and efficient trading environment. Even as this unification is channeled to foster economic growth, it's not without its challenges. We can see that from traders who are experiencing short-term adjustments as they adapt to the new unified rate. Imagine when you priced something at the old rates and now you have the new rates. What was the old rates? It was between 400 Naira and 500 Naira. The new rates are going towards 800 Naira. That's like a 300 Naira margin. What happens to that? Who handles that? How does this unification of exchange rates affect the importation and exportation of goods? How will this unification impact individual traders? How will it impact on the transportation of goods from one place to another. But more importantly, I ask you again, how is the unification of rates affecting you? Send us your comments. Yes, you can send them on our Facebook or Twitter or Instagram handles, or more so, you can send them to 070-1061-2949. That's 070-1061-2949. Let's have your comments. Let's have all the questions answered. On talking points today, yes, you're looking at the unification of the Naira. You're taking us through its effect on traders and the economy, and on street business. Our correspondent, Gabriel, asked Nigerians what they think about the new KYC requirement. What is KYC? KYC means know your customer. Now, you remember that the Central Bank of Nigeria introduced recently that all customers of banks should bring in their social media handles. Gabriel will be telling us more on that. But for now, let's join Victor Namsu on Business Trends.
According to the latest electricity reports from the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigerians paid more for less electricity during the first quarter, January to March of 2023. In this period, distribution companies, Discos, generated revenue of 247.33 billion naira, while delivering 5,852 gigawatt hours of electricity. Comparatively, in the corresponding first quarter of 2022, this cost generated revenue of 204.74 billion naira. Despite delivering less electricity in the first quarter of 2023, Discos earned higher revenue than they did in the same year of 2022. This indicates that Nigerians paid more for electricity in the highlighted period, even though the supply was lower than what was delivered in the first quarter of 2022, when Discos earned less revenue. According to the NBS electricity report, electricity supply in the first quarter of 2023 was 5,852 gigawatt hours, representing a decline of 1.74% compared to the 5,956 gigawatt hours reported in the first quarter of 2023. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged the acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Folashodun Shonubi, to immediately delete the patently unlawful provisions in the Central Bank of Nigeria Customer Due Diligence Regulation directing banks to obtain information on customer social media handles for the purpose of identification. SERAP said the CBN regulations and directive to banks to obtain details of customers' social media address violates Nigerians' right to freedom of expression and privacy. It is inconsistent and incompatible with the rule of law. SERAP also stressed that the CBN ought to contribute to the advancement of respect for the rule of law and human rights in the discharge in statutory functions and not undermine or violate these fundamental legal requirements and standards. The group urged CBN to withdraw the regulations within 3 days or face legal actions. Now for the international news. Google is having productive early conversations with regulators in European Union about the bloc's groundbreaking artificial intelligence regulations and how it and other companies can build AI safely and responsibly. The head of the company's cloud computing division told CNBC, AI systems are evolving at a breakneck pace, with tools like ChatGPT and tools like it that are increasingly being used by computer programmers. A key concern from EU policymakers and regulators further afield, though, is that generative AI models have lowered the barrier to mass production on content based on copyright infringing material and could harm artists and other creative professionals who rely on royalties to make money. With the recent approval of lawmakers on EU AI Act, this will require developers to submit their generative AI models for review before commercial release. The internet research pioneer, Google, is working on tools to address a number of the block's worries surrounding AI, including the concern it may become harder to distinguish between content that's been generated by human and that which has been produced by AI. The Chief Executive Officer of Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian, said in an interview exclusively from the company's office in London, these technologies have risks, but they also have enormous capability that generates true value for people. Kurian said that Google is working on technologies to ensure that people can distinguish between human and AI-generated content. Canada is seeing its worst fire season on record with hundreds of wildfires raging across the country, more than 200 of them burning out of control, according to the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre. The wildfires have led to the highest emissions on record for the country, according to a Tuesday report from Copernicus, a division of the European Union Space Program. Over 80 million people from the Midwest to the East Coast are under air quality alerts as smokes from the Canadian wildfires sweep across the US border Tuesday, prompting beach closures, warnings about reduced visibility, and calls to stay indoors. Chicago and Detroit for hours had the worst air quality in the world Tuesday night, with Detroit's air at one point reaching a very unhealthy air quality index of 205. According to IQ Air, Chicago registered an air quality index of 174 late Tuesday. Chicago has asked all residents, especially those with heart or lung disease, older adults, pregnant people, and young children, to avoid outdoor activities and protect themselves from exposure. Chicago public schools and camps are also moving activities indoors. City officials said this in a news release on Tuesday. And that's it on Business Trends. I am Victor Anegonomsu.
We'll take a short break, but don't go away. Stay with us because we have a lot more on the program.
As you can see, I am on the streets of Nigeria talking to the people concerning the mandatory that Central Bank of Nigeria has set to make all social media platforms linked to our account. Let's hear what people have to say about this.
To do what, if I should ask? There's no need for that. Because to me, I don't see any need. And to me, I prefer if I'm opportune, I cannot allow the CBN to have any access to my social media account because of so many reasons best known to me. I don't do anything illegal on my social media, but I think it's my personal life. It's my personal life. So there's no need for them to come into my personal life because to monitor me out now, no, it's not good to me.
The issue of linking one's social media account to its bank, I think it's a terrible idea. And I'll say so because with the rate of scam in this country today, now giving one access to be able to access someone's account using his social media, I think it will just elevate that very part of this country. The scamming aspect which we always portray and display generally.
The new policy that CBN want to enforce, linking social media to bank accounts. What security measures have they put in place to ensure that people who have access or those who access friends' social media or other people's social media do not also have access to the person's bank account? So there are supposed to be measures, security measures put in place to prevent such from happening so that people's money in the bank will not be tampered with.
To me, linking our accounts to social media is not encouraging because it will opportune fraudsters to have access to our account, and which it will promote fraud in Nigeria. Already we have been disturbed. We are worried about the issue of fraud in Nigeria. So linking our account to social media, I think it will increase and promote fraudsters to have informations of our account. and it will increase the rate at which they are frauding people.
Impressive. Now, let's look at KYC. I used to be in the banking sector, and in the banking sector, you really need to know your customer, because banking is very sensitive. You give money in banking, and when money is concerned, sensitivity comes in. So it's all right to know clients or customers. When I was in the bank, we go as far as their businesses, we go to their houses, we know their houses, we see their books, because one day you will come and ask for a loan. So what is wrong in asking for your social media handle? Some people say it's their personal thing. Yes, the money that is given by the bank too is personal. So let's go past this. I do not think that should be any hula baloo about knowing your social media handle, except you have something to hide. Moving on now, we have Dr. Ken Okoha on Talking Point. Now, Dr. Okoha is the president of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, NANTS. Okoha believes that there should be a review of the foreign exchange rates policy. But let's take a listen to him and hear his views, especially from a trader's perspective. I'm sure we'll want you to hear, so let's dive in.
I am of the opinion, and a very humble one for that matter, that a comprehensive approach ought to be taken. I think while it may be commendable that some steps have been taken, and commendable further that there is the political will to take such steps in the first place. But then depending on what exactly the CBN seeks to achieve, depending on the goal, I was of the opinion that before such is done, there should have been a holistic review of the foreign exchange process in Nigeria. What has been for quite some time, perhaps dating back 10 years. Let's look at the process. Let's look at the practices. Let's also look at where those practices have taken us. And then that will lead us to taking a very holistic approach that seeks to bring some sort of solution to the overall imbroglio that surrounds Forex in Nigeria. In terms of revenue generation, in terms of job creation, in terms of the macroeconomic indices, in terms also of import and export, and in terms of poverty reduction and sustainable development for the nation. Now, if you take a look at it from that angle, that will help us to look at the milestones we have been able to achieve and those that we have lost along the line regarding our overall policy approach and the strategic development framework, the blueprint that are extant for Nigeria. Let me say this. It appears that what we have done is to pick junk solutions. And for me, it does not help us at all. We might end up heading back to Egypt, if you understand what that means. If we do not take a holistic approach, and this brings me back to the subject matter that is on the table, which is the fuel subsidy. Now, I thought that once there was a discussion on a decision to remove subsidy, which everybody is happy about. But first thing is a holistic audit of this thing called subsidy. What is it, by the way? Who is subsidizing who? Why do we call it subsidy? How much are we subsidizing, if there is anything in that regard? Are we subsidizing in terms of money, monetary subsidy? Are we subsidizing other countries? Are we subsidizing the quantity of fuel that we import into this country? Are we subsidizing the crude that we lift out? Are we subsidizing the preference that move into private pockets are we eventually subsidizing the market players? Now, that will help us also to know if you are removing it. In fact, the primary school of the subsidy removal should have been the comprehensive audit. Now, not the palliative discussions. I mean, discussions around palliatives. You know why? If we're not careful, we go back to that same palliative becoming another subsidy. And we get into that brouhaha that will disorganize entire economic focus and the target. I cannot stand or sit here to tell you the comprehensive, the overall impact. The impacts are just impacts, not only to the trader, but the entire community called Nigeria, the entire population. You know why? Whether it is the subsidy that we removed, which trickles a monumental skyrocketing of transportation cost, and then boomerangs on every cost of living in Nigeria. Not only for the traders, but for everybody, every citizen, the entire population. Or, on the other hand, the lifting of what I call regulation of Forex. And then ask I&E, an open market structure, which I call it in quote, to determine the price. Why don't we do a holistic? So that brings me to the issue of the skyrocketing debt. This is a debt crisis that we have been into. And if care is not taken, even our sovereign wealth fund, including our revenue and our savings, will be depleting when you think that we are getting more. So, Mr. President, again, pull together your think tank, assemble your team. Let's get down on the table. This staccato kind of appreciation and discussions, negotiations, does not take us anywhere. We're happy we have you, and that you have the political will. And of course, we know that no politician will look at you eyeball to eyeball and say, you know, anything anyhow. Proof that you have the power to change things. We have a president in those days in the 18th century of America who was a slave trader. I want to conclude with this. He was a slave trader. And when he was vying for presidency, all his colleagues, slave traders, were supporting him, putting funds, then doing everything, making sure that, look,
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Simisola Atigun. These are the trending headlines at this time. The suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has been granted bail in the sum of 20 million naira with one surety in like sum by the Federal High Court in Lagos State. Emefiele was granted bail after pleading not guilty to the 2 counts bordering on the alleged illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. He is facing 2 counts of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition preferred against him by the Federal Ministry of Justice before the vacation judge, Justice Nicholas Owebo. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, will meet with President Bola Tinubu as part of efforts to avert the planned industrial action by the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors. Abbas said that his meeting with the President would be to intimate him of the pending issues raised by NARD and appeal to the President on how to resolve them. At a meeting with the national leadership of NARD on Monday in his office in Abuja, the Speaker also announced the setting up of an ad hoc committee to be chaired by the House Leader Julius Nhobere, which will meet with all the stakeholders to address the issues. The National Assembly Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Asaba Delta State has declared Ndudi Elumelu of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as the winner of the 2023 House of Representatives election for Anyocha Ochimili Federal Constituency after nullifying the declaration of the Labour Party candidate Ngozi Okoli by INEC as the winner of that election. The tribunal held that Okoli was not duly sponsored by the Labour Party since he was not a member of the party as of May 28, 2022, when the party's primary was held. In business, the outstanding 1.3 trillion naira debt of the federal government to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has nothing to do with the payment of dividend to the government, the National Oil Company said on Thursday. In June this year, the NNPCL revealed that it was expecting a refund of about 1.3 trillion naira from the Federation account as debt by the federal government. It also disclosed this when the interagency committee constituted by President Bola Tinubu was set to commence sitting to resolve the lingering debt row. On the global scene, Russia is set to host African leaders this week for a summit aimed at boosting ties despite concerns in Africa over the conflict in Ukraine and the suspension of a deal on Ukrainian grain exports. The Kremlin has said that without any doubt it is ready to export grain for free to African countries that need it. Vladimir Putin added Moscow could return to the agreement, but only if the part of the deal allowing Russian grain and fertilizer is fully implemented. In sports, World Football Governing Body FIFA has announced the Women's World Cup being hosted by Australia and New Zealand is on track to being the best attended in the competition's history. Ticket sales have now exceeded 1.5 million in just 5 days, a new benchmark for any FIFA Women's World Cup event. Broadcast viewership has also soared, with the New Zealand versus Norway game being the most viewed Women's World Cup match in New Zealand history. Well, that's all on the newsroom at this time. Join us again in the next hour for more. Thank you for watching.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know?
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
The status quo ante still existing in the borders. If you remember that the borders were completely shut down 2018 up until 2021-22, when some selected strategic borders were reopened. That is still the situation as we speak, and this was why we had an ad hoc arrangement of a special unit coordinated by the Office of the NSA to enforce that border closure. But as we speak, about 5 of them have been reopened. 4 were initially reopened and 2 more were opened after that, and that is still the situation. There are ongoing processes to review this situation against the objective of the border closure itself, and the processes are not yet completed. And of course, when the borders are reopened, it's not going to be subject of rumor in any way. I can also tell you that part of my discussions with Mr. President is to actively engage customs administrations across our borders, particularly the strategic ones that we must work and collaborate with for us to achieve common objectives of border security and regional integration. In the next 1 week or thereabout, I will be paying an official visit to Republic of Benin to have discussions with the Customs Administration of Benin and see how we can take forward the issue of collaborations between us, the issue of border security, the issue of importation across the border, and more importantly, how we can deploy technological solutions to very complex border problems.
There are at least 4 to 5 million lives that are saved as a result of being vaccinated, year in and year out. Immunization is one of the most effective, most impactful health interventions in all of human history, and I'd love to tell you why that is and about it. Tens of millions of people, in fact, over the course of human history, hundreds of millions of people died from smallpox. It was a dreaded disease. And in the late 1700s was an amazing breakthrough. A British physician, Jenner, noticed that milkmaids who had been infected not from smallpox, but from a related virus called cowpox, they were pretty immune from getting smallpox. And so he used that observation to, in fact, immunize an 8-year-old boy, James Phipps, using the cowpox virus. And then weeks later, he exposed James Phipps, with of course the permission of his parents, to smallpox, and he didn't get sick from smallpox. And smallpox is a disease we don't have anymore anywhere in the world. And the reason we don't have this disease is because of vaccination. Another disease that's really front and center, big spotlight on trying to eradicate this disease, meaning wipe it off the face of the earth once and for all, just as we've done for smallpox, is polio. I think everybody knows what polio looks like. Paralysis of limbs, long life, disability. Many people die of polio as well. And this means vaccinating, for instance, in Pakistan, in India, in many other countries, huge campaigns that have vaccinated tens of millions of children in short periods of time. We're now at the point where polio has been reduced by over 99% compared with the way polio used to be before we had vaccines. We're so close to ending this. We're so close to the last few cases. We're so close to ending the transmission of this virus. I worked in a hospital in the country of Haiti, in the capital city, in Port-au-Prince. The pediatric ward in that hospital was full of children who had measles, who had diarrhea, who had meningitis, children who had tuberculosis, children who were born with tetanus. And about 1/3 of children who were admitted to that pediatric ward died on a daily basis. And so many of the illnesses that children came in with were illnesses that were completely preventable with vaccination. It was a really important period for me in my training, in my life, to decide to really devote my career to making sure that vaccines were not only developed for diseases for which we didn't have them yet, but also, perhaps more importantly, that the vaccines that we already have are completely accessible, completely available, completely safe and effective for people in every part of the world, no matter what community you're born in. So we've all been living through what has been an enormously difficult couple of years, this pandemic, COVID-19. And one of the things that the world over, I think everybody knows, is the incredible development in rapid time, in frankly unprecedented time, of vaccines that prevent COVID disease. They work against infection and transmission as well. One of the ways that vaccines have gotten into every country around the world is through the COVAX facility. And the COVAX facility is the mechanism to buy vaccines, which is happening on a billions of dose basis, and get them shipped to countries that need these vaccines that can't buy them on their own. There are 92 countries that are benefiting. And when we think about low-income countries, over 80% of the doses that are provided to low-income countries are coming through the COVAX facility. We vaccinate against diseases that are transmissible from person to person. And that means that each of us presents some risk to someone else unless we're protecting ourselves through the use of vaccines. So I really think about vaccination as a social equity issue and a social justice issue. And there's nothing more overwhelming, there's nothing more tragic than a perfectly healthy child who succumbs to an infection that was completely preventable.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when the machine has lived its when a machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty. When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
This is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproduct of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still Well, we could talk, it's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories. And each of these elements, you see the rod, these are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up this works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved this characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as shadow modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers live. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. you see the form itself looks like a form of a guitar, like a form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot. Achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual. There is something about their life. There's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like stuffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spills around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are repairing. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on where from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. And And I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka waya saboda ni kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka samu karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a kasa za ku za kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo ba amma irin gwamnati.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na biya kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gabara kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to use, they may not be there. They will not have to move. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin kiwo yau to shine makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu ana mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravates existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin shinkafa kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
can makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 din abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin dai fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin
hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu sosai
ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar ni muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their farms. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
ba ta mutu a cikin shi.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai ya jawo gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kare an kashe burtali da sauransu. Mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution. that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk that cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwari.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Sometimes it is
we just want to assume that because of the subsidy, the problem will evaporate one day. So the sense I was trying to create was that it might take some time before the issue of smuggling of fuel across the border we completely dissipate. So in some border areas, we had reports of seizures of fuel, and that is what we had. So it was the assumption generally that because of the fuel is now sold at 500 naira per litre, it will be a disincentive for smuggling. But contrary to that, we have seen that they are still smuggling it across the borders. The rates at which this is being smuggled has reduced considerably. And it is our hope that by the time we mix some of these other policies that government is working on, it will completely eliminate the problems of smuggling of fuel across our borders.
Welcome again to the newsroom for headlines trending at the moment. The president of the National Industrial Court, Abuja, Justice Benedict Kanyib, has dismissed a suit filed by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, challenging the registration of the Congress of University Academics, CONUA, and the Nigeria Association of Medical and Dental Academics, NAMDA, as trade unions by the federal government. Delivering judgment on Tuesday, Justice Kanyib held that Section 27 of the Trade Union Act allows for more than one trade union in employment. He added that the section does not depict trade monopoly. Amnesty International has asked the Lagos State government to stop the planned mass burial of 103 #EndSARS victims. This follows the state government's response to a leaked memo addressed to the State Ministry of Health by the State Procurement Agency. The Lagos State government, however, confirmed the leaked memo but said the victims to be buried are not from the controversial Lekki Tollgate shooting. Reacting on Monday, Amnesty's Director of Information, Issa Sanusi, demanded in a statement an independent investigation into the matter, adding that an autopsy be done on the victims' corpses. Governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, says about 70% of Northerners residing in rural areas are excluded from the National Social Register. The National Economic Council, comprising the 36 state governors and led by Vice President Kashim Shettima, had resolved to discard the register for lacking credibility. The register, comprising names of vulnerable people and households across the country, was created for the purpose of cash transfers and other social investment programs. In business, the House of Representatives has vowed to recover the sum of over $9 billion gas flaring fines imposed by the federal government on airing local and foreign companies operating in the oil and gas companies industry. Chairman Ad Hoc Committee investigating gas flaring Ahmed Munir gave the assurance in Abuja during the post-investigative hearing briefing. Munir vowed that the 10th Assembly will do all within its powers to ensure the recovery of all unpaid levies as well as compliance with extant legislations and regulations. On the global scene, the death toll from a building collapse in Cameroon's business hub Douala rose to 37 on Monday as neighbors recalled the structure's fallings and cracks, fearing more bodies lie under the ruins. The 4-story block of flats collapsed onto another residential building in the north of the city overnight on Saturday. Cameroon's Urban Development Minister Celestine Kicha-Cortez, who visited the scene of the tragedy on Monday, said that the ill-fated building did not have planning permission. And in sports, the Philippines has stunned New Zealand 1-0 to earn its first ever Women's World Cup victory on Tuesday off California-born Serena Bolden's 24th minute goal. Bolden's first half header was the country's first ever goal in the competition's history. The World Cup debutante was able to withstand New Zealand pressure, including a truly remarkable diving save from McDaniel in added time at the end of the game to earn a historic victory. Well, that's all on the newsroom at this time. Thank you for watching. I am Simisola Ajikon.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you?
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Sometimes it is, we just want to assume that because of the subsidy, the problem will evaporate one day. So the sense I was trying to create was that it might take some time before the issue of smuggling of fuel across the border we completely dissipate. So in some border areas, we had reports of seizures of fuel, and that is what we had. So it was the assumption generally that because of the fuel is now sold at 500 naira per liter, it will be a disincentive for smuggling. But contrary to that, we have seen that they are still smuggling it across the borders. The rates at which this is being smuggled has reduced considerably. And it is our hope that by the time we mix some of these other policies that government is working on, it will completely eliminate the problems of smuggling of fuel across our borders.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So, despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that this is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one would be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believe in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipole looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometer from here, looking for water, see large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then, Atibolemu, is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Enyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 koku. So the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo Rora, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the First Palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the art with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call New Sacred Art Movement. With this New Sacred Art Movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is this standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Emma nata mi lo gwe ure pigwe wu. Emma nata mi lo gwe de pe wa wo le bile ko yen re. You know go mi nya na dran de uga. Lo wo lo iku do re. We no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo. Wa wo lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat. That the last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they have been putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos state government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
we no mi do ohun do wa do lo ohun lo wa e be we mi no le biyan ma mo tan o do dra lo wa do ohun lo ji wa ohun lo we tin ne mo do gbogbo re ohun le ye jodi ye hon ya you no gbo mi ya no we godun dede ma e me se gba re o to lo de omi wa mi you no gbo mi ya dede o you no gbo mi ya dede ra dra lo de e de wa gbo mi do go wa mi ga mo ga yan da wa mi no nu go ile da mi hu we no mi awu bi le ndu mi ti le ndu pa mi no le ndu inu o le wa mi do amo dedege lo you no gbo mi ya bo na dra de lo e de ma wo le wa go de wa yo re we ju I'm
a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos state government would prefer that Makoko, Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
Dubai na time do bon oludo to bo we sinwo lo mo ga time ton ga yo do mi ma time don lo ma chen o hole ton lo ma chen ton yo e mo do yin ale yo ado gbe ami amo gbe do mi lo ma ba yi kle ya ni ga yo mo no e joru ba no lo yero ya beto o ya beto ya beto lo mi do na no nu je jo yi ba no lo ye je nu sajiro asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin saji do yan be me le ron to o me ro wo lonu e gan le po mi mo nu gan le gbo e jo ro wo lonu
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ àláìkì ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọn ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ afẹ́ kó wọn sí àlè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okoagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. They just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community now. The government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame forced eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estate Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Cora Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare, and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income, and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered, and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. with Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels. The construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that it's a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That's 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go house is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping on that bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? They give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. They give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. There no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers, for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar.
just come in. They bring sand, fill all this place. When they break, they will continue to fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who sent you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who sent you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, you don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court. We complained. They said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also died in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. So come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
If you refuse to borrow to subsidize, but end up borrowing to share, the tendency that you are actually borrowing for corruption is high. Palliative for poor politicians, PPP. In January 2017, the federal government under former President Muhammadu Buhari announced that he had begun the payment of 5,000 naira stipends to the poorest of poor Nigerians. Now, no ask me how they take classify the poor and which data they take share the money. But at the end of 8 years, the administration claimed that part of the $1 billion recovered looted fund was spent on poverty alleviation or conditional cash transfer to poor Nigerians. But yet, the country under Buhari remains the poverty capital of the world. So you want to ask, who come they collect the money? I go let you know. Remember also, our former Vice President Yomi Oshibanjo, Professor SAN, ended up becoming sharer of trader money of 10,000 naira to market women anytime election was approaching in any state where we have staggered election. As the CBN shared money to farmers as loan under its Anchor Borrowers program. And some of that money, some of the people ended up marrying new wives. Others used their own to buy nomination form for the then CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele. And yet, we are still looking for the beneficiary of the sharing. Oh yeah, follow me. Also, remember, the then Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, also claimed that between 2016 and 2021, the government spent $5 billion to fight poverty. As she variously shared money from on top of the table to the poorest of the poor, ranging from flood victims to COVID victims, and all of that. Meanwhile, these are the same people who hoarded palliative, donated to them to share to the poor during the COVID. Well, I never talk anything. As all of these sharings were going on, the poor kept crying of hardship, even as the government claimed that they have lifted 10.5 million Nigerians out of poverty between 2019 and 2022. But, however, statistics and data obtained from the World Poverty Clock and our own National Bureau of Statistics showed that within the said 2 years under reference by Buhari's government, at least 10 million Nigerians slipped into extreme poverty, bringing the number of people living below extreme poverty in Nigeria to 87 million, which was higher than India. That was how we became poverty capital of the world. Now, Buhari government won't start, the Tinubu government, won't start another sharing again. Why is in my last advocacy, I urge President Tinubu to investigate the subsidy payment before any other sharing. Little did I know that even while the dust of the $800 million loan Buhari claimed to have taken from the World Bank and approved by our own National Assembly to share as palliative was yet to settle, President Tinubu will be talking about sharing 500 billion to the same poorest of the poor, even as the rich members of the National Assembly, people that are going to spend 40 billion from our national budget to buy bulletproof cars for themselves, we slice out 70 billion from this 500 billion. Why? Are they among the poorest of the poor? Where is the initial $800 million loan approved by the National Assembly for Buhari's administration as palliative or subsidy remover? Also, I want to ask, what has happened to the 400 billion we were using to subsidize fuel monthly? I presuppose that that money is saved now and is being plowed into something. Where then plow them into? I mean, they just add 100 billion to the savings to share as palliative. Also, I want to ask, if we say subsidy was borrowing for consumption, why do we now need to borrow to share to people? Is that not borrowing for consumption also? Which database we want to share the 8K? How do you determine poorest of the poor? Well, when you put all of these together, the only answer you will get, my brother, is that in Nigeria, politicians are actually the poorest of the poor. Because if they are not poor, they won't steal what they don't need. I will therefore advocate that President Tinubu should remember that President Buhari came into office with a lot of high hopes, but he frittered it away. He, President Tinubu, might have come into office with a legitimacy baggage, but he can become a hero if he refuses to toe the path of his predecessor by applying this palliative fund into critical sectors like local agriculture, local transportation for goods and services, properly monitored for enforcement, and at the end, truly lift people out of poverty and become a hero of democracy. Otherwise, if he starts sharing to politicians like Buhari, the poor will be further pushed into poverty, and his government will be worse than that of Buhari. The ball is in his court. Well, it's a fine place to leave it for this week. For other episodes, simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen, and you see loads of them there. For only a madman does the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. I be with a mad.
Sometimes it is, we just want to assume that because of the subsidy, the problem will evaporate one day. So the sense I was trying to create was that it might take some time before the issue of smuggling of fuel across the border will completely dissipate. So in some border areas, we had reports of seizures of fuel, and that is what we had. So it was the assumption generally that because of the fuel is now sold at 500 naira per liter, it will be a disincentive for smuggling. But contrary to that, we have seen that they are still smuggling it across the borders. The rates at which this is being smuggled has reduced considerably, and it is our hope that by the time we some of these other policies that government is working on, it will completely eliminate the problems of smuggling of fuel across our borders.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Food insecurity in Nigeria is a big deal. As a matter of fact, the Food and Agriculture Organization has projected that about 25.3 million people in Nigeria would face acute food insecurity during the June to August 2023 lean season. To fix this, President Bola Tinubu declared a state of emergency on food insecurity in the country as a means to tackle the increase in food prices. Some of his strategies include approval of all matters pertaining to food and water as essential livelihood items be included within the purview of the National Security Council, as well as the immediate release of fertilizers and grains to farmers and households to mitigate the effects of the subsidy removal. So let's break down some of the details of President Tinubu's food security strategies with Ogonna Okoko, who is an investment and economic development expert. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Now, in the face of rising food inflation, President Tinubu has declared a state of emergency in the food sector. What do you make of some of the strategies the president has proposed?
Yeah, in reality, they are very achievable. Most of the strategies are very achievable. All this, having to have a season where a particular product or a particular crop can be planted. The world, nobody says all those kind of things anymore in the world. You need to have a well-structured irrigation management system where, you can actually grow your crop. Climate can be controlled through, the kind of farmhouses you create or greenhouses you create, rather. So, there's really no crop in the world that you cannot grow in and out of season. So some of those strategies are very realistic. So my concern has always been having to have the right people plug in to be able to achieve some of these things. And number two, being able to get the major stakeholders within the ecosystem to plug in, like the farmers, those who do the extension programs, for them to know that the game has changed, is not the usual way. Just being able to, galvanize the people and get the right people and then get the right knowledge, passed across to the people. Because when it comes to farming and then food production and crop production, you're dealing with people who are basically just have little knowledge, and then they are very traditional in the way they do things. So there's a lot of work trying to get them to understand that you have to actually learn the new strategies of actualizing some of these things. Countries like Brazil, China, Thailand, gone beyond all of this. Even countries in Africa like Botswana, they've gone beyond all of that. So nobody is still sticking to particular local method or traditional method. There are specified technology used, deployed to make sure that you can pull through when it comes to having food round seasons, generally, to make sure that food security is sustained in any economy.
Narrowing down these strategies, the president said there would no longer be seasonal farming. How feasible is this in the face of insecurity in certain areas of the country?
Now, you can say insecurity in the sense that, there's also going to be some of these things will be happening at the same time, trying to make sure we tackle insurgency, them also rolling out some, security strategies to make sure that our food belt is not, being, suppressed. Because I've always seen this thing as a strategy to make sure we depend solely on imported food into Nigeria. Because, if you notice, the insecurity in Nigeria have always been, at a particular belt. When you look at those belts, those are places where we manufacture beans, where some of those crops are being manufactured in large quantity. Tomatoes, you're looking at rice. So if you see from Makurdi, you're seeing headers and Fulani clash. You're seeing, the Boko Haram attack in Borno, where beans is being planted at very large quantities. So that's one side of it. Then number two, like I said earlier, is not going to be something that has to grow in a particular place and then this other thing cannot grow. These are things that you can actually deliberately, consciously create an atmosphere to make sure you can plant all crop at different seasons. So these things are happening in Israel. So, technology can be deployed. Like I said, greenhouses can be used to plant tomatoes. So tomatoes cannot just grow in a particular place. You can actually create the atmosphere, create the climate for you to plant your tomatoes. Then again, you can't be having flooding in Nigeria in different places. And then you are talking about irrigation. So it means that we can actually trap water in different areas. There's a way they do those things that reticulate those waters and they become very useful to you. So these are things that advancement in technology has made it possible. And then I think deploying the right people, to man some of these agencies of government and then having local at the subnational level is one of the things. And I know for him to have made that announcement, that means conversations have started, and then it's just for them to begin to roll the strategies out.
The presidency also disclosed that the federal government will partner with states to create ranches in those that are willing to avail lands, introducing the controversial grazing reserves. What do you make of this development?
Now, for me, it's beyond creating grazing reserves and all of that. You see, all you just need to do is do a little study on what has happened in an African country, Botswana. Now, I'm not even going to Denmark. I just want to stay in Africa. Now, there's something that we call an economic lifeline. So, for me, this is the lifeline given to us. I think given to you by nature to take advantage of to grow your economy. Now, if when it comes to dairy and animal husbandry, we've not been able to take advantage of that things you can actually do with technology. In Botswana, there are more cows in Botswana than human beings. Now, every cow in Botswana, as we speak, has an owner, and the owner is traceable with a dashboard. Do you know it's so big that there's a department of animal husbandry in Botswana, in the Ministry of Agriculture in Botswana. There's also a meat commission in Botswana Meat Commission. So it goes to show, and then what telco contributes to the GDP of Nigeria is exactly what beef contributes to the GDP of Botswana. So, I mean, if the strategy is to have states provide land so that we can ranch, now it goes beyond the ranching. We're looking at the situation where we can actually export this beef. Yes, we can have beef here in our country for consumption, but I mean, for beef to begin to contribute to to the FX, to foreign exchange income of our nation. If Botswana can actually export beef to Europe, and these are the strategies they've used, use technology. There's a huge dashboard where each cow has an owner for two purposes: for tax purposes, and then number two for tracking of for security and tracking for medication for veterinary veterinary inventories. So if there's an RFID chip on every cow, just somewhere at the ear, you leave it there. So if the cow goes astray into somebody's farm, you will know the owner of the cow. And the owner of the cow will be called for questioning and for compensation. So it's gone beyond, yes, it's to provide land for ranching. Yes, it's a good start. But the most important thing is going beyond that and making beef or making animal husbandry big business as far as Nigeria is concerned. Look at it. If you have a cow trek all the way from Zamfara to Nsukka, the cow cannot lactate. Look at how much we're spending on importing dairy products in Nigeria. It's alarming. Over $600 million. All the milk we use in Nigeria are all imported. All they do is they bag them here. Name the company. Each and every one of them, they are all bringing, this dairy product in sacks, and then they bring it to the factory or whatever they call it, their plant, and then begin to bag those things. And these are very achievable things, that we can do as far as our country is concerned. So if the president has said this is the first step for states that needs partnership, I think the strategy should go beyond just for them to just bring land, for them to do ranching, and then begin to make people to understand that this is beyond traditional system of doing things. These are an income earner for nations. People are making a lot of money from it. And then, like I said earlier, the veterinary inventory is also being tracked. So when you're sending beef to countries like Germany, they understand that the veterinary system is working. They know that the butchery is working. So from the ranch or wherever it is to the butchery, everybody knows. And at that point, as soon as the cow enters the butchery, the company, the owner of the cow, is already remitting tax to government. So these are things that are workable. I always say, do you know the beef business in Botswana has become so sophisticated to a point where cow leg is sold for 50 pula. For the present exchange rate today, 50 pula is about 2,900 naira for one cow leg, a full cow leg. So if you buy the 4 cow leg in Botswana, they'll give you the head free of charge because they've already made the money from the beef. So in reality, I think there should be we should have a national conversation on this, so that we understand that this thing that we are playing with is a lifeline given to us by God, and we should take advantage of it and then help our nation grow.
Now, lack of access to food storage facilities is a big problem in Nigeria, which leads to higher cost of food produce during their off-season. What were your expectations from the government in that regard?
No, first things first, if you do your indexing, first of all, you have to do an indexing and then do crop indexing, or the particular product indexing, so I would know what are we storing. Are we storing grains? Yes, if you remember very well, there were silos built by the Goodluck administration. So if it's not enough, have we been able to even, do a proper, forensic audit to find out if these particular silos that we built are not enough? So are we talking about for beef? Of course, it's only when you have a cluster, you have those ranches as being proposed, that you can now say, okay, the storage system will be some refrigerated storage facility will be provided for fisheries. So it all depends on the product that we are looking at here. Is it cassava? So it's until you do that crop indexing, so it will be difficult for you to now say, okay, we don't have enough or we don't have adequate. But at least let's even have the logistics run. Let's have the roads, the farm gates all structured. Let's have a raw material supply strategy to factories that will need some of these crops that will be produced. So if we have those road networks, the logistics sorted, then storage actually will come. Storage basically comes when there will be need to keep for, like you said, off season. But like I said, if the strategy would be not to have to have a cycle of cultivation going on, so there'll be no need for the off season, storage. So the storage will not be for either, keeping for export or keeping before, the evacuation, or storage for factory usage. So there are different kinds of storage we are going to be looking at now. But like I said, there has to be that crop indexing, product indexing, so that we'll know exactly what we're trying to deal with here.
Well, Ogbonna Okoko, investment and economic development expert, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. We'll take a breather now, but Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Nigeria's debt profile has risen yet again as the new administration of President Bola Tinubu plans to revitalize the economy. This comes following a statement from the Debt Management Office revealing that the total public debt stock of the country currently stands at 49.95 trillion naira as of March 2023, a 3 trillion naira rise compared to 46.25 trillion naira as of December 2022. This, however, excludes the securitized 22.719 trillion naira ways and means advances of the Central Bank of Nigeria approved by the National Assembly in May. Or Dr. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, joins me now for more analysis. As always, thank you for joining us. Now, Nigeria's debt profile is putting more and more pressure on the nation's economy as the country spends majority of its revenue on servicing accrued debts. What do you make of this situation?
The debt stock is very disturbing. It has been a major concern over the last few years. The debt burden has also been a very serious concern, obviously not sustainable, because we now find ourselves in a situation where we spend close to 80% or more of our revenue to service debt, which of course is not sustainable. So that is why there has been a lot of call for, some very important reforms to take place so that we can improve on our fiscal consolidation and ensure that we have a debt environment that is more sustainable. So that, for me, I think is what the ongoing play part of the things the ongoing reforms are all about, to ensure fiscal sustainability, to strengthen fiscal consolidation. I think that is the task, immediate task before the present administration.
Can the current government of President Bola Tinubu afford to borrow to service expenditure?
Well, it is likely that there will be more borrowing, but there will be less borrowing. Because given the steps that have been taken, we are likely to see an improvement in the fiscal space. The fuel subsidy has been a major burden and one of the biggest, contributors to the debt challenge that we have. Now that the fuel subsidy challenge is out of the way, we expect to see less burden, on the fiscal operations of government. So that will lessen the need to borrow. And the second component of the reform is the foreign exchange, flexibility that has been introduced, to promote convergence in our foreign exchange environment. That is also likely to contribute a lot to the fiscal consolidation objective, because first we expect more revenue, at least minimum between 3 to 4 trillion naira from the exchange rate unification annually. That, of course, is good for the economy and is good for fiscal consolidation. The second is the fact that we expect to see a lot more inflows of foreign exchange to the economy, and we are beginning to see that, because close to 80% of the funding of the R&D window are now done from autonomous sources, unlike what we used to have before the liberalization of the foreign exchange market, where the CBN was practically the sole supplier of foreign exchange to the R&D window. So that will improve investment. Investment has a way of also positively impacting on revenue. So that will also help to reduce the debt, the need to borrow more. So we are likely to see a reduction in fiscal deficits in the next few years. And once fiscal deficit begins to go down, then the challenge of a high debt burden will also begin to reduce. But we cannot immediately at this point completely wipe out the need for borrowing. There will always be borrowing. Even some very prosperous economies, some advanced economies, many of them still borrow, but they have sustainable debt profile, and that is what we should work towards, to have a debt profile that is sustainable. And I think we are on course to achieving that.
Well, this, of course, has been a very big concern for many industry watchers, such as yourself. But does Nigeria risk a default on its debt service?
No, there's no risk at all. Before now, we could say there was a risk, but with the ongoing reforms, there's not likely to be a major risk. The risk is reducing. The risk of default is reducing because there's an improvement in the fiscal space following these two major reforms. And again, the government is also talking about reducing the cost of governance. Only recently, there was a circular from the budget office outlining or identifying, listing a number of professional bodies and councils that the government will stop funding from the treasury. So that is a first step. We expect that there will be a lot more towards the whole idea of reducing the cost of governance. So the government is just 1 month old, so we still expect a lot of reforms.
Now, finally, before I let you go, you've mentioned the fact that this present administration would most likely still borrow, signaling a further rise in debt burden. How will all of this affect the Nigerian citizen?
Oh, you see, the trajectory of borrowing and debt is declining. The prospect that the debt will continue to increase is declining. So we are likely to see decreasing level of debt. So that should give us some comfort. In the 2023 budget, we had a deficit of close to 12 trillion. You cannot overnight wipe out the deficit completely. You need to fund those deficits. So it's an incremental thing. It's a gradual thing. Gradually, we reduce the deficit and gradually we reduce the debt burden. So if anything, I think Nigerians need to be a lot more positive about the outlook for debt and debt management, and the outlook for fiscal consolidation, outlook for reduction in fiscal deficit. I think we should be a lot more positive at this time.
Well, indeed, Dr. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, thank you always for your time. And it's a wrap on the program. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
We must bite back. We can't sit like toothless bulldog and ECOWAS. For the confidence reposed in me, I pledge to you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I will do my best. I am just new. This is my first. I'm giving a surprise package. We work collectively to pursue inclusive economic integration of West Africa. We should serve a warning to exploiters that our people have suffered enough. We should make a pledge here that in furtherance of our region's economic recovery and growth, we will commit to democracy and promote democracy and rule of law. We will not allow coup after coup. West Africa's president. We will take this up seriously with African Union and to the European Union and Britain and America. Take it up. It's a challenge. Yes, democracy is very tough to manage, but it's the best form of government. And we all ascribe to it. I am with you. In Nigeria, we are back. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
G360, dissecting the issues. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Hello, welcome to Global Business. I am Imewere Uhemokai. Today on the program, we shall be looking at an infrastructure, investment, finance, and commodity trading conference holding in the United Kingdom in September. It's for Africa. It talks about unleashing Africa's investment potential. I mean, we've been talking about Africa's investment potential, looking at opportunities. And of course, we'll have John Adelo of UKLG. He'll be with us on our talking point and looking at what exactly this conference is all about and why Cinema Productions is one of the partners that are organizing this conference. And so we'll be looking at how you and I will be there in the United Kingdom in September. Away from that, we're looking also on street business at the 4 orders. We'll look at the Finance Act, the Customs and Excise Tariff. We'll look at the other tariffs and importation tax, the communication tax. President Bola Tinubu cut off the communication tax, extended dates for other taxes, and so many good news with his executive orders, and Nigerians are rejoicing because they believe that these orders are in tune with what's happening in the economy. Also, recently, the FIRS actually extended the date for the CIT, that's the company income tax reports that usually June 30th is the last day for the report. They've extended to August 31st. Another good news for those people, especially in the private business. So today we'll be looking at the tax issues where it concerns the executive orders signed by President Bola Tinubu, and Zorian Pere Jewel will be looking at that with us. But first, let's take a break. After the break, we'll have street business with Zorian Pere Jewel.
Nigeria's oil sector may see between $18 and $20 billion worth of investment as oil companies try to restart previously abandoned projects and also quicken the pace on delayed projects due to improved terms. This statement was made by one of the division head of the state oil firm, Bala Wunti, head of Nigerian Petroleum Investment Company, NAPIMS, in remarks made at an oil conference in Abuja, said projects like Agbami Gas and ExxonMobil's Owowo field, among others, have seen renewed commitments from investors. On top of that, we all know the Owowo project, which Exxon has put in the freezer, has been unfreezed courtesy of the PIA and the removal of PSC. Put all this together, we see an outlook of between this year and next year of somewhere in the neighborhood of between $18 billion and $20 billion, Wunti said. Last August, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, signed a contract extension with its international oil companies partners for 5 major oil blocks. This also improved terms for agreements such as the Production Sharing Agreement, Dispute Settlement Agreement, Settlement Repayment Agreement, and Escrow Agreement. These efforts to remove barriers to investment, it seems, are crystallizing into new investments as about 20 oil rigs are said to be in the production. According to Gbenga Komolafe, the chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, he said the commission had rolled out the regulation on measurement, the first of its kind since oil was discovered, to stem losses from oil production. By the time we implement the regulations, the ultimate objective is to actually monitor production on a real-time basis, he said. With 133 million multidimensional poor people, over 60% of Nigerians' population, the country would typically be considered a viable location for innovations that would help more people create wealth and escape poverty. Almost every direction one looks in Nigeria, like most parts of Africa, are bedeviled with countless challenges, which ideally should lend themselves to solutions that will solve those problems while creating wealth. Nigeria is ripe for investment in many places. We have many problems to solve. Adekunle Hassan, founder CEO, Somitech Computing Limited, said in a previous interview, Nigeria is full of problems, and that means it is full of opportunities as well. Tech doesn't just power finance, it can power so many other areas over the years. The star attraction of funding in the African startup ecosystem, and especially in Nigeria, has been fintech. No matter whose data is being examined, fintech has the top destination for investment in recent years. For 22, Brita Bridges estimated that Africa's startup raised $5.4 billion in over 975 deals, and more than 1/3 of this funding was captured by fintech. The African Private Capital Activity Report for 2022 also noted that out of $7.6 billion invested across 626 private capital deals, the financial sector attracted the most, getting 32%. This, it further said, was driven by investment into the sector in Nigeria. Zambia's overseas bond holders have entered into non-disclosure agreement (NDA) with the government as of Wednesday, according to 3 sources. A key step marking the beginning of formal talks to restructure over $3 billion of international bonds. The government is expected to share with some of its biggest international bondholders, members of the creditor committee, detailed information that will form the basis of debt restructuring talks as early as Wednesday, said the sources with direct knowledge, who asked not to be identified because talks are private. The move comes after Zambia, Africa's second biggest copper producer, clinched a deal with bilateral creditors such as China and the Paris Club to rework about $6.3 billion in June, sending a signal that other pending national debt restructuring such as Ghana and Sri Lanka could also move forward. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi received a red carpet welcome from Kenyan counterpart William Ruto on Wednesday as he began a three-country tour of Africa that Tehran has touted as a new beginning in relations with the continent. Raisi's trip to Africa, which will also take him to Uganda and Zimbabwe, is the first by an Iranian president in more than a decade and represents a bid to diversify economic ties in the face of crippling US sanctions. Iran stepped up its diplomatic outreach to developing world countries after then US President Donald Trump ditched a nuclear pact in 2018 and reimposed sanctions. In June, Raisi visited 3 Latin American countries to show up support with allies also saddled with US sanctions. Iran's trade with African countries will increase to more than $2 billion this year, its foreign ministry said on Saturday, without providing a comparative figure for 2022. And that's it on Business Trends. I am Victor Anigo Nomsu.
Thank you, Mewore. So recently, President Bola Tinubu signed 4 executive orders to suspend some taxes in order to ease the tax burdens on Nigerians and their businesses. This is as a result of some concerns raised by manufacturers and stakeholders with regards to the recent tax changes. So let's hear from fellow Nigerians what they think about the suspension.
My name is Tijani Saidu Abubakar. I'm selling food at the Sahat store area 11 Garki. The tax that Tinubu suspending, we are very happy with it because it will help our business because things are getting down. People like it's not like before when they add that tax. The things are getting higher every day. Product that we are buying. If you buy today, tomorrow if you go until you add money, if you buy it. But now that they suspend it, we are very happy. We are very happy. It helps. It help our business.
My name is Al Hassan Magaji. This removing of the tax is good because before then when they start, that thing is affect our business. But now we have started seeing the change because of the removing of the charge.
My name is Emanuela Okafor, and my thought on the reduction of taxes, I think, well, is good. It's a good thing, and I think it's going to help small business owners to be able to pay, and it's going to help them save more money.
So you've heard the different thoughts of individuals. How long will this implementation last? Well, let's head back to the studio with Mewore. I am Zorian Pera Joel from the streets of Area 11, Abuja. Catch me next week on another segment of Street Business.
Welcome back. So, UKALD, Cinema Productions, and other very important companies are coming together and bringing an infrastructure, investment, finance, and commodity trading conference in United Kingdom in September. And it's between September 6th and 8th. Why is it that you need to be there? Let's join our talking point where John Adelola is our guest today. It was recorded before now. So let's watch John Adelola. Thank you very much for joining us on Talking Point. And like I told you earlier on the program, we're looking at the issues of infrastructure and investment finance in Africa, and specifically for Nigeria. Conference going to hold in the UK, United Kingdom, that's it. And it's at the Anglian Ruskin University. We're looking at the issues that are going to take place in that conference. What's that conference about? I told you before, it's infrastructure, investment, finance, commodity trading, which is not very, very common in Africa, but definitely we'll be making it very common now. We have a guest, John Adelola. He is the project coordinator, operations manager for UKALD Limited in the UK. And John is based in the UK, but they're part of the organizers of this conference. John, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for having me.
Thank you very much. Now, we're looking at this infrastructure, finance, investment, and commodity trading workshop. You know, the first thing everybody will be asking is, you mean it's for Africa, so why are you taking it to the UK? So why the United Kingdom for such a conference as this, before we know what the conference is all about?
All right, thank you very much. That's a very good question. And thank you very much for viewers for joining us. And to begin with, I think you are aware that London is number 2 in the world, the financial capital of the world. New York is number 1 and London is number 2. So when we are planning a program of this nature, we have to bring it closer to where the money is. And that is where the money is. We can't ask our investors, lenders to come all the way to come and check out what we have down here. We need to go to them.
Okay, but they will eventually come here.
Definitely. But they need to look into what we have. And not only what we have quite a lot of opportunities, investment opportunities, we call it potentials. But these potentials can remain at this level forever. We need to do something to harness these potentials. And what do we need to do? We need to showcase, we need to show the world what we've got. And that is the essence of having this conference. The conference is knowing how to present what we have to lenders, to investors, and presenting them in such a way they become bankable.
Yeah, you see, so when you talk about that, for people who are not very knowledgeable in finance and investment, when you say something to present what you have to investors and make them bankable, what do you mean by being bankable?
All right, thank you very much. It's so important. I can also give you a real life scenario of this. Back in 2016, I made a trip to Somaliland. And while in Somaliland, I saw a very big, beautiful port, very busy, and made inquiries on who invested in this area. Coincidentally, it happened to be a company that I was part of. And they said, yeah, we invested $450 million. And I said, okay, with all the risk and everything, how did you mitigate against this? And they explained to me the process and everything that was done to attract them to invest in such area. And with that in my mind, I made some series of calls to some states in Nigeria, which I will not disclose their names. And I mentioned, do you have anything on deep sea ports that this team can invest on? And they said, yes, we've got some projects. And they sent the project to us, which I forwarded to the organization. But on looking at this project, the packaging was not good enough. There's something we called risk return profile that was not addressed. Investors are not happy to invest in what is not risk proof, or there are no mitigating factors that will safeguard their investment.
Okay, and these are the part of the things that people will be looking at this workshop, isn't it?
Yes, the workshop, the guest speakers at the workshops have several years of experience. One of them, Sybil, she has worked with JP Morgan for more than 30 years, and she has acted in a position where she has to make decisions on who to support. So she knows what she's doing, and she'll be in a good position to guide the participants, the delegates, on what to do to make what they have bankable. So she will guide them through the series of steps that has to be taken for your projects to become bankable and be more attractive. The truth of the matter is that you could have projects where Nigeria, Africa has a lot of bankable project ideas. We've got one of the largest deposits of lithium. We've got so many mineral resources. We've got deep sea world. We got deep sea port. We got bitumen, the second largest of bitumen in the world. We've got so many things that are bankable, but this will not be attractive. It will not attract foreign direct investment until they are packaged in such a way that they encourage investment. And that's what we are doing. And that is the main focus of organizing this workshop.
Okay, now, so when we ask this workshop, you have so many things you're doing, because I see some of the topics: understanding the viability of a project finance transaction, financial instruments, guiding principles and factors, financial analysis and modeling, risk analysis framework, overview of blended finance. So many very rich topics I see here.
Yeah.
So who should be attending this workshop?
It's so important for chief executive officers, for governors, for chairmen of parastatals and boards, and also for director of finances, for even banks, equity firms. They have to be there. Why? Because they need to know how it should be done. They need to understand that there is a gradual shift from what we used to know in the past and what is obtainable in the current global market. For instance, if you have any project, what investor will be looking at? Does it have anything to do with renewable? Is this something that is green? Is this something that will help the environment? Because there is a global shift from funding projects that will contribute to that will affect the climate, that will contribute to the greenhouse gases. There is a shift to what is renewable, what is green, what will help the environment. So we cannot be left behind. We cannot say, yes, we have crude oil, we produce 2.2 million barrels daily. We cannot say, oh, we have to bring in some elements of renewables into our project to make them more attractive to investors, because that is where the world is looking at.
Okay. Yes, make it more attractive. You've talked about governors, which are chief executive of states. You've talked about chief executive of parastatals and all that. And so now, these people, they may say, okay, it's not to come and only just learn. Is there an opportunity to meet one-on-one with some foreign investors?
Yes, what we do, we have what we call side events and breakout sessions. On the side events, on the breakout sessions, there will be one-on-one meetings. And we have some people that have been registering now for the program. And what we do, once they register, we ask them which aspect, which area, what are you looking at?
Okay, yeah.
What kind
Just
of
like
funding
the international conferences, they will say, what side events would you want to be part of?
Yes. So once we are aware of that, we'll customize it in such a way that you could have a meeting with this, you could have a meeting with that. So we have those breakout sessions and side events that you can even explain, bring out your proposal to investors and to these lenders and tell them, oh, I need funding in this area, stuff like that. Yeah, so we do have that.
You call it Unleashing Africa's Investment Potential.
Yes.
Is Nigeria the only country that will be participating in this workshop? I mean, because we know that Africa is more than Nigeria.
Yes. We have representatives from South Africa. As a matter of fact, one of the keynote address speaker will be the Ghanaian High Commissioner, who has volunteered to come and give keynote address in one of the itinerary scheduled for the workshop. So it's not going to be Nigeria. We have South Africa, we have Ghana, we have I think we have Rwanda representative as well. So this is an opportunity to meet and network with investors, with lenders, with experts in aspect of finance, because there are several aspects and there are several ways to access funds, and there are different types of funds. We have grants, we have equity investment, and different ones that are available. So what we are trying to do is to ensure that we create a platform where we are going to have a win-win scenario where the investors, because the other story is that investors are daily looking out for where they can put their money. When they see something that is, this will have a high return on investment, they will definitely put out the money.
It's very funny when you say investors are looking out for where they will put their money, because in Nigeria, we are saying we are looking for the money. And you are saying the investors have the money to put it in. And it brings me to the point of where there is this fear of when investments come in for coming to a particular area. There is this fear of, let's say the business goes bad. And you say, okay, now investors are going to take over this business. You know,
Yeah.
there's this Chinese issue of China wanting to take over countries and all that.
Yeah.
And we know that a lot of money is in
Yeah.
China and
Yeah.
United Arab Emirates.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
So, how are you, as facilitators of this conference, trying to mitigate against all these takeovers because businesses don't go well? Because people will say, okay, I met this investor in John's conference, and now the man wants to take over my company but it was an investment.
To begin with, it's not my conference, it's Anglia Ruskin University's conference.
But you are the face of the conference now.
We are partners and we are in Nigeria to promote it. The honest truth is that there will be risk, and we as a nation cannot fold our hands and not do the due diligence. And we have quite a lot of roads that are bad, and these are investment potentials. We have bitumen that have been lying down for several years. We cannot say, oh, the risk is there, yes. The possibility of taking over is there, yes. But can we say because of the risk, we allow these potentials to stay down there for the next 100 years? No. The business is risk. And we should be willing as a nation to take such risk. If we don't do anything, we will stay at the background. And 70% of the raw materials the world is using, all these raw materials are coming from Africa. 70% of them. The lithium we use on our cell phones, they're coming from Africa. Tesla is looking in the ways of Nigeria to get more lithium to do its battery. You understand what I'm saying? And we will continue to be raw materials producers until we change our mindset and open up our market. You understand what I'm saying? And part of opening up is willing to swallow and take the risk. Though contractually, we need to take extra care and caution when putting the final dots and the final signatures on it. Yes, that aspect we need to look into it. But we cannot just stay cowardly in our area and, oh, everything will be fine. No, we need to take the bold steps and go out there and attract the funds and get things moving. The government have done very well in the past 1 month by putting away things that are very scary to investors. Investors don't want a country that is going on negative.
In fact, they just recently scrapped the excise duty, another tax and all that. You know, investors like in Nigeria, we call it show free. Like investors like free things and all that. Just to encourage the business environment. Okay, now you mentioned the government. Finally, you mentioned the government, and I ask, is government involved in this? Is the Nigerian government trying to get involved in this?
You can, as you can see, like I mentioned some seconds ago, the government did two things, which is removing the subsidy and also the currency exchange as well. Those two things, if you check the news, you can see the influx of Bank of America, a lot of people coming in, the major oil giants, everyone meeting with the president, because such move, what he did, has opened the market that we are serious. Initially, they see Nigeria as a country that is not serious, that a country that is putting the major part of our resources for subsidy. You understand what I'm saying? But now that we have moved away from that era, that has opened up the country that, oh, you guys are serious, you are now ready to do business. You understand what I'm saying? So a conference of this nature will also confirm what everyone is thinking of. Because Anglia Ruskin is going to do, the press conference, make all the noise in the UK and this and that. So we are hoping we will have a lot of participation from
the Nigerian government.
From the Nigerian government. We are looking into that. We are hoping. We have had some contacts from speakers of our House of Assemblies looking for funds for their constituency projects, asking us if they can find some charitable organization willing to do boreholes and stuff like that, or support their constituency project. We say yes, that is fine. We can organize that. We have several grants and funds that are available to support constituency projects. Also, as governors, we are expecting them as well to participate. Why? Because there are some funds as well that can support their project, that can develop the community.
Yeah.
We have so many organizations that are doing social responsibility programs. You understand, all over the world, that can partner with them to either put boreholes or put solar panels on some of the houses. All these things are accessible. We just need to show the seriousness, and that's why we are putting this in place, so that our people will understand that the grants, the funds are available, and how to access it, and how to pack their projects, their roads, and everything in such a way. Look at Nigerian roads. That is a big market. Whenever you drive around and there is potholes, opportunities, what am I talking about? These roads, investors will come in and do our roads for us. And what would they get in return? The roads will be there.
That's another issue in Nigeria, actually.
Yeah.
So let's not go too much into that issue, because the Nigerians are going to come for your head, asking them to pay for the roads. But thank you very much, John, for speaking with us on the proposed conference. It's a very good one. And really, you look at it, just like John had said, there's been a lot of opportunities that have been opened up by this present government, especially with the reunification of the exchange rates. Of course, we looked at also the removal of fuel subsidy. Then more so, you talk about the fact that there is the correctional centers and electricity, the liberalization of electricity. So many opportunities for investors to really come into the country and help to restructure the Nigerian economy. Thank you very much again, John.
You are welcome, man. Thanks a lot for having me. Thanks a lot for having me.
And the program continues. And this is where we bring it to a wrap for today. That this UKALD program and Cinema Productions program will be holding September 6 to 8 in United Kingdom. Register now. Yes, you need to register now if you must be part of that program, so that you do all the program. For me, it's always nice doing business with you. And remember, when the business comes from globally produced by Cinema Productions, it's always good business. See you next time.
Emefiele to court in a manner suggesting that they wanted to take him back to their detention center. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, and national commissioners of the Electoral Umpire has met with leaders of political parties at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. The meeting's aims include the review of the 2023 general elections, as well as preparations for the November 11, 2023 off-season governorship elections in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa states. INEC had in the last 2 weeks engaged with critical stakeholders who participated in one way or the other in the conduct of the 2023 general elections. India has reported a modest 21 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours, continuing the trend of declining numbers observed for several months, according to Tuesday's data. According to the country's health ministry, the active caseload currently stands at 1,449, as the virus has taken a toll of approximately 531,915 lives in India. Meanwhile, empty COVID wards in hospitals testify to the falling case numbers, a welcome respite for healthcare workers. Vice President Kashim Shettima has said that Nigeria has mobilized over $500,000 for innovative, profitable and equitable as well as sustainable food systems transformation initiative. The Vice President made his disclosure while chairing a high-level meeting on the first day of the UN Food Systems Summit, declared open in Rome, Italy by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. According to Shettima, the $500 million was mobilized through domestic resources, development banks, international financial institutions, and climate funds by leading agro-businesses. The former Chinese Communist Party chief in the e-commerce hub of Hangzhou has been handed a suspended death sentence after he was found guilty of taking $25 million in bribes. Tackling corruption has been a centerpiece of President Xi Jinping's time in power, with more than 1.5 million officials affected, according to government data. The crackdown on corruption has been depicted as a much-needed cleansing of state and party organs, but critics contend that it is also. Marseille has announced the signing of 25-year-old Senegalese international Ismaila Sarr on Monday for the strengthening their front line. The winger is reported to have joined the French club on a 5-year contract, following a €13 million deal. Sarr, who was Watford's record signing, won the Player of the Season award for 2020 to 2021 season after his 13 goals helped lead the club back to the top flight of English football. And that's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Dissecting the issues.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya.
Kamar yanzu kamar a nan yana fili da bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan kan ba maganin gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka furta da ka sai ya tudu da ba kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma su kare
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the Christ 22 groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became for this reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria being the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapid increase in population figures, rapidly dwindling forces, which both rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the generally nomadic Fulani has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from governments, and a bunch of mental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru lokacin gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin gama. Kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama. Ta yi nisa ta ci sosai. Ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see water bodies, and how this is having a well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
a jonde jam goɗɗo ɗon jonde jam goɗɗo ɗon bo resi ndiyam ayiyum kawgaje ma ndiyam wala sema masa ndiyam no timmi to woɓɓe fuure masiri majum hanjum riwoyɓe waddi ɓe ɗo yawwa on ɓe giiɗa yawan shiɗo fu
sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan
akwai
na jiya kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba ka yi na
kai kamar 100
ok wanda suka bar nan wajen
kaɗan ɗin
a sanadiyan wannan to ya kuke fama da baki
around the world you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food, and there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the even the dry grasses. Definitely, the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward during as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan ba iri ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su kun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawani mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravating conflict because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
shan makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibi ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wanda ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Yanke itacen. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi, ba zai zama hannu ba.
Shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Wanda saboda shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me suka shiga shinkafa mutane suna ci. An hana su abun muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Soli, a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai dade da ruwan dai hakan duk ba ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne dai da a ce ba.
Kowa yayi takar.
A ganin ka
hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyara ba wani matsala tsakanin ruwa daga ba
muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
The major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. Source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice eating in their farms. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mu
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. Increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke-shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. Sai an kare an kashe burtali da sauransu. Mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke in suka zo kuma ba za tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba za tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk that cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
karfi ne abin da muke da shi ga daren mun zubar a jeki domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu abin da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwari.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkwole. Now, for centuries, people have crossed borders to live, work and trade. While cross-border payment systems are crucial for financial inclusion and growth in a globalized economy, cost and efficiency challenges remain particularly in Africa. Now, in 2021, Africa accounted for 70% of the total value of mobile money transactions globally. And to help continue this growth, Cebit gives business owners the simple tools to accept payment and grow quickly, regardless of the stages of their business. Why don't you join me as we get to know more about this organization?
Cebit is a payment technology company. We actually building something that unify payments in the marketplace. Building that means that we are addressing the complexity of payments by using our solutions to address those fragmentations and frictions. And Cebit is trying also to see how you can actually position payments and embed it into different verticals and marketplace. My name is Omoni Kolade. I'm the CEO for Cebit.
The 21st century has witnessed dramatic shift in how people pay for goods and services, with electronic payment increasingly displacing cash and digital currencies emerging as alternatives to traditional concepts of money. Cebit is one of the payment technology companies that unifies payment in the market complexity of payment.
Cebit as a business product has been on for 3 years now, and we have been in 10 African countries today. Today we are certified, we're licensed. We're also ISO 27001 certified when it comes to security. We are PCI DSS certified when it comes to security infrastructure, when it comes to card right.
Financial matters often get complicated and become cause for a break in the customer and company association, as payment stands as the life of commerce. By making payment easy for businesses, established in order to ensure that businesses scale in the market.
The whole idea comes from ability to see how business can scale and addressing those challenges for businesses. And the common challenge for businesses is how easy can customer pay, and how easy do they have flexibility of payments without differentiating customers. And looking at I don't think any market can grow without the commerce or the business of commerce. And for us, payment is the lifeblood of commerce. And to be able to attain that, we need to solve the complexity of payments and fragmentations, so that at any time, at any point, every business can easily accept payments.
Having two business models as an enabler and a direct player in the market, Sabi builds payment infrastructure to help create capacity when it comes to payment for merchant and businesses. And this adds to the proliferation of digital instant payment solutions on the African continent.
Sabi has two business models, which is we are an enabler and also direct player in the market. As enabler, we build payment infrastructure to help create some infrastructure capacity when it comes to payment solutions required for the market, where people can leverage when it comes to other fintechs and also merchant and businesses. And that direction allows us to build solutions for financial institutions for those infrastructure, and also we as a payment service provider provide payment solutions for different verticals, you understand, to address those opportunities available or to solve some of the problems we have identified. So this direction allows generates multiple points of revenue and uses that to actually scale ourselves.
A constant and benefiting value Sebit give business is the ease with which business owners and merchants access multiple markets with variety of payment methods, making any business scale in the local or international markets.
For us, I think one thing we've looked at also is a case of and looking at it from the point of looking at the numbers of countries you have today, and every business somehow, either global businesses or local businesses, has a service they want to offer, right? And ease of access is one peculiar thing when it comes to entering some market. We Sebit, we have built a payment solution with one single API that gives you access to multiple markets with different varieties of payment methods, right? Making sure that no customer is differentiated in those local markets. And the whole idea and the idea behind it is to make sure that any business at times, any business of any kind can easily scale into either local market or international market. Now, for a global businesses penetrating Africa today, looking at the types of payments you have in different regions, different payment methods, right? It's required to see how business can simplify and ease of entries for them. And also looking at some cases of when it comes to FMCG, where we have one common enemy, which is cash, which everybody says cash is king. Sebit also has actually deployed some solutions, our branch API, where we make sure that everybody on the value chain, you understand, in those areas can easily pay each other, right? And make sure that payment becomes easy across between the manufacturer, the wholesaler, and the distributors, you understand. Due to every chain, we are standardized areas. So we're trying to re-architect and change the narrative to those gaps in those space.
Countries impacting and reshaping businesses with their product.
Where we started, right, and we've taken pattern and expanded to 10 African countries, and our expansion is some of the needs, and then based on how we see the potentials in some local markets, and also some of them has led to the deficiency when it comes to those infrastructures. So impact and reshape some of these businesses by the way we have actually orchestrated or built some of our services and API.
And like every other organization and with lots of achievement, financial inclusion and having a robust identity in the market is one of the challenges.
It's about security and trust, right? And I think those are the elements that actually brings you on the table with partners. So the partnership are there actually offering the market. I think those are really we're also happy to have. I think one which is common to the market is the financial inclusion itself, right? And also being able to have a robust identity management in the market, right? If people are not financial inclusion, how can they be included just in the what do you call it, the buying power, the digital buying power in the market today? So, and if people are not, there's no way to identify payments always receiving, always sending, always receiving. So it's about two parties, and those parties have to be identified. So we actually look at that challenge that everybody's facing when it comes to identity. And as those are addressed, I think there's a future for a lot of people and innovation in that space.
With African concording growth in e-payment over the past 2 years, so that they might know that every business can scale ease regardless of situation. Now, with the outbreak, the elite was country adopted of online learning. Percent of students completed online. Pandemic has dramatically changed functions and impacted all sectors of society, including all educational institutions. In Nigeria, security in the various country and poverty has also made quality education unaffordable to many, leading to total loss of confidence by stakeholders in our education system. Now, Justin Urabo is one of the thousands of Nigerians who decides to dive into distance learning. And in his journey, he created an AI chatbot on Telegram to ease the challenges in distance learning. Why don't you join me as we get to know more about this AI chatbot?
The first day when I launched Signing Evosoft, I had about 1,546 users within 24 hours, and they were having about 11,000 conversations per hour, which crashed my server. So it was in day one, it was really intense, and because I launched it in March 25th, I think, if I'm correct, March 25th, and then by the end of April, it had 10,000 users. Yes, most people typically do not use Telegram. I think they're using Telegram of kind of never. So a lot of people have told me I had to download the app because of you. Most people request, a WhatsApp variant for their own use cases. I haven't delivered on WhatsApp, mostly because WhatsApp is not an open protocol like Telegram. So in terms of developer experience, you can develop easily on Telegram because they allow you to do it. I am Justin Irabor. I'm the creator of Kainene Vosovan, which is an AI chatbot.
Online learning is the fastest growing market in the education industry, as it has grown 900% since its creation in 2000. And just like every other industry, the online learning industry is faced with various challenges, especially following huge demand for online learning platforms since the emergence of COVID-19. Confronted by one of the challenges when he began distance learning, Justin Irabo, a Nigerian web developer, had the opportunity to create a solution to the challenge, which is not only unique to him. The solution is an AI chatbot he calls Kainene Vosovan, which helps people study.
Basically has a conversation with people on Telegram, and it provides answers, helpful suggestions, and just basically helps them iterate towards whatever solution they require in their field. Many use cases have been students, students studying for school. They can have the chatbot play the role of a study companion. So it's like, I'm studying in an aspect of this textbook. What do these examples mean? Can you explain the derivative to understand concept? Explain to me like I'm 5 with vision, or to make their study work.
Student at the National University of Berlin and a full-time employee at a European fintech. There was no way to realistically plan lunch with other students given his busy schedule, and this led to the creation of Kainene as a personal student.
I am currently undergoing an MSc program at the International University of Berlin in Germany. From Nigeria, to study from Nigeria. In some parts I will have to study in Germany. And for the parts where I'm studying in Nigeria, I had like a bit of a learning difficulty because I'm a full-time employed I have the lectures, so I need a companion to basically discuss what has happened. My schedule allow it. So in the beginning, what I did was to take the textbooks that I was using to learn in school, and I took my notes, and then I Kainene Vosovan at the time it was just an app that I was running on a machine for study companion, right? So my software development lifecycle course was also done with Kainene as my study companion, and I shared those preliminary results with my timeline on Twitter, and people started to ask for access, and so I was like, so I spun out of personal learning experience and made it public to be.
The positive feedback he got when he shared his story on his social media convinced him to expand his scope.
Kainene Vosovan is not the first. And I fed it on AI model and come up with synopsis for films that haven't been made during movie. I didn't launch it fair, but it worked, right? So I would say, generate a plot for me for a Nigerian movie, category romance, and to come up with English. But I never really, because at the time, AI models were very, very heavily regulated. And they're still regulated, but as much as back then, you had to go through a vetting process. And so when I finished my vetting process, there was a caveat, which was that use the model on social media, because AI models have potential. Like if misused, they can be used to generate fake news and everything. So there's a lot of regulation at the time. So yeah, that was my very first experiment, but I couldn't launch it because I wanted to launch it on social media. So it was only like a very small website that nobody really knew about. I never really shared it. And the second experience was when I wanted to create something called a cyborg writer, right? I was thinking about how AI at having really strong original thoughts. That was way back then. But humans are very good at, humans are very creative, and they come up with things you would never expect. Like even babies, if you talk to a child for 5 minutes, it's going to surprise you in ways an artificial intelligence system will not. So what I wanted to do was to come up with a bunch of challenges, like a community-driven challenge where a human being starts a story and an AI bot adds a paragraph or a chapter to the story, and on, and then you have a book, right, which is artificial intelligences. So I started that. I was halfway done. I had already cleared out a server space. I set up my databases. I had done everything, and I got caught up with signing because I was studying for my school and all. So I kind of abandoned that project and just took in a finish line. And so yeah, that's the brief history of my artificial intelligence expenditures.
Created in a version also having a voice feature, Kainene has helped boost the image of Africa, as the name is a Nigerian Igbo name, which has helped in making Nigeria one of the countries leading in AI development globally.
A bit of trivia regarding the name Kainene Vosson is that the name, half of the name came from me, half of the name came from Kainene Vosson. So when I was building the app, I had to think about AI chatbot, right? I had to think about the tone, right? And I read a research article one time that talked about how there is a bit of sexism in how we think of artificial intelligence assistants. So when you have an artificial intelligence that helps you do menial tasks like schedule a meeting and everything, it's usually female. So it's like a secretary, right? And then when you have an intelligence that's smart, right? That's basically like intellectually on par with you, it tends to be male, like IBM's Watson, right? Which, helps in surgeries, So I read that and I was like, that Siri is female, Alexa is female, if it's a secretary type bot, it's female. If it's really intelligent, then it's male. And so I wanted to fix that, right? So I was building something that I felt was intelligent enough to have conversations with people, help them with their work, right? And I wanted it to be female, right? I didn't want it to be male, I didn't want to perpetuate that stereotype. So like the name Kainene because of Chimamanda. And I like that Kainene has AI inside of it, so Kai, right? And so I was like, yeah, that's the first name, so second name. So I was brainstorming with Kainene, right? I was like, so I'm thinking of what to call you. I have to think of a surname. And so we're going back and forth. And I was like, you know what, tell me who's the smart woman, right? And she said it's a woman called Marilyn Vosson, right? And I was like, I like the name, So I took the Vosson from Marilyn. It was half and half nomenclature. And so yeah, that's how it became Kainene Vosson.
Due to the regulations and the use of AI and the cost of having a chatbot on Kainene was only created a chatbot on Telegram.
The first day when I launched Kainene Vosson, about 1,546 and they were having about 11,000 conversations per hour, which crashed my server. So it was in the day one, it was really intense. And then because I launched it in March 25th, I think, if I'm correct, March 25th, and then by the end of April, it had 10,000 users. Yes, I think that people have started using Telegram because of Kainene Vosson. A lot of me had to download a WhatsApp variant for their own use cases. I haven't WhatsApp, mostly because WhatsApp is not an open protocol easily on Telegram because they allow you to do it. For WhatsApp, you have to go through Facebook, and Facebook doesn't allow you to do it directly. You have to request third-party access. It's interesting, but the point is that if I did, the reason why there are not a lot of chatbots on that, it's just expensive. It costs more money. whereas on Telegram. So that's the only, I build a lot of, and it was just an for myself personally to study. It was just like a very natural, intuitive place. I'm on Telegram. That ideology as soon as I launched it to, to the general public. When people ask me why I use Telegram, I want to give them an intelligent answer. Like, oh, I did a lot of market research, but no, I didn't. I just used the app that worked for me. And sorry guys, you have to use the app that works. Right, Kainene is predominantly on Telegram, right? But even on the website, the native apps are coming. So I'm actually building an actual Kainene app. So it's not even things like a Kainene app that works with a bunch of requests. Want Kainene to be integrated documents. So my first port of call is to make iOS and Android apps and then start integrating it in all the tools that people use. So that you're typing an article and you can just say, Kainene, summarize this for me, or complete the sentence in Google Docs. That, I think, will be a very good experience.
Users currently pay a small fee to be able to use Kainene, and unlike other developers, Irabo's goal is to further improve his chatbot to make users enjoy their experience and make it primarily accessible to all.
Today, Kainene costs 1,000 naira, right? Most of that cost goes into maintaining the server and paying for model usage, right? It's very expensive to use a model. I don't draw a salary from Kainene, so I'm fine, and Kainene is fine. Like, we're good. She has her own account, doesn't come to me, so we have like a separation of concerns. My primary objective in life is to make it as affordable to people as possible. So the two things I'm working on right now is working on a free tier, right? So I'm going to get like maybe a less expensive model and then create a version of Kainene that is free. It will not be as good as this, but it will get some work done, and it's for people who can afford, like they can pay for it. There's a bunch who have, because I do this thing where if you send me your student ID card, then I can let you use Kainene for free because I know how it's like to be a student, right? So I might just create a free model for students so they don't have to think about paying. I do have more where you can pay a little bit and then access more features. For example, build a version of Kainene that is optimized and new redesign runs, an additional cost. I'm going to use to this. Something I'm adding right now is a version that I call, the reason why I call it dead letter is the scriptural reference that says the left, but the spirit giveth life, and it's any document. So imagine that where you a textbook or a book. This book, I need the book, and we'll discuss it. You can give the entire book to Kainene, and then Kainene then becomes knowledgeable, and all you just need to do then is ask. A book is really large. Also, it costs me more money to do the whole, reading and all of that. Billing for this base 1,000 is never going to change. People who do, they should want to increase prices and just create a different tier for people. Ultimately, it should just be
able to communicate in Yoruba and Pidgin is the long-term goal of making Kainene integrated in Faith Connected. Well, I hope you're with me when I say Nigerians are in any situation they find themselves. So we can
Fight back like toothless bulldog. For the confidence repose in me, this thing that I will do my best. I am just new. We to inclusive of West Africa. Make a pleasure that in furtherance of our region's economic recovery and growth, we will commit to democracy and promote democracy and rule of law. We will not allow coup after coup. West Africa celebrated. So the European Union and Britain, America, take it up. It's a challenge. Yes, democracy is very best form of government, and we also ascribe to. I am with you. We have. Thank you. And thank you very much.
Welcome to the program. I am Mary Kanu. Criticisms have continued to trail the recent burning of a vessel nabbed with stolen crude oil in the Niger Delta. Security operatives of the Joint Task Force Operation Delta Safe, in collaboration with Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, set ablaze an vessel carrying barrels of stolen crude oil in the Escravos area of Delta State. The vessel was said to be conveying crude oil from Nigeria to Cameroon when it was apprehended with 11 Nigerians and 1 Ghanaian on board and was thereafter set ablaze by a military helicopter. According to the executive director, the oil kegs in state among enforcement. Even let's have your thoughts on this by security operatives.
I believe that making sure that to make sure that the boat was blown up or what, many reasons why should that. One is an economic waste to bomb a ship that would destroy that amount of crude oil. When you bomb a ship, it's polluting the environment. And from what we've heard, this appears to be year amount of the water system that was attacked. It was totally attacked. It was totally and this is safe. Everybody should not.
Well, it has been acknowledged that the effects on the environment and the
now we just have to compare national life expectancy pollution. We read recently from the nation of pollution, the level of the pollution in that area. Now, or when people ingest them, would have to become infected, the same thing would be men. And never ever, if to be the crude oil from it into the that we've seen task force in the Niger Delta, batches of bombing illegal location and handling this the health of the road. The issue report shows pollution that by the time they clean up the area, the pollution had gone as deep and the more. Secondly, area, it was found benzene 900 times above all health standards. That is scandalous. If hydrocarbon standards, and there are some other dumping this amount of crude oil from the ship into the living system that the people depend on.
Well, we understand the issue of storage then and the already severe invasion in the Niger.
Not we can cash. Too much emphasis has been laid on financial gains from crude oil associated with gas flaring in very, very manner. And so we to do. And this is number one duty of government to ensure of state objective clearly states that government has been conducive. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights clearly says that in Article 14 has a right to safe as burning illegal refineries are the laziest way to deal with this kind of challenge, another challenge that we have. One day, a long time. Now, organization like the NNPC. And so what needs to be done is to go back to work in harmony with local populations, respect and the rights of the people to live in a safe environment, cleaning up and remediation. We need now to see environmental audits across because virtually all our water, most of our water bodies, especially in cities where industrial is contaminated, including in the Lagos Lagoon, for example, which is where a lot of economic activity is going on. So and then remediation. Remediation is the first step. You clean up the mess, and then to ensure that the environment is restored to what it ought to be. Economic muscles for the workers, because healthy people can work much more than those weak. And so